Good evening. I now call the Rocklin Unified School District Board of Education regular meeting for Wednesday, June 17th, 2021 to order. Brenda, will you please call the roll?
Julie Hupp. Here. Rick Miller.
Here.
Rochelle Price. Tiffany Sathoff. Derek Counter.
Here. All right. Prior to adjourning, are there any public comments in the closed session? Seeing none. All right. The board will now adjourn to the closed session regarding items listed on the agenda. The board will resume open session at 6:30 p.m. All right, ready, folks? Good evening. The meeting is now convened to open session. The board previously met for closed session. Trustee Hupp, will you please read the actions taken in closed session?
In closed session, the board voted to approve Bevan Graham for the position of principal at Rock Creek Elementary School. The vote was unanimous. In closed session, the board moved to approve the terms of a settlement agreement for the Office of Administrative Hearing, OAH case number 2021-04002, student number 0617202-1-10, and to authorize the superintendent to execute the agreement on behalf of the district.
All right. Folks, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance. Moving now to our special recognitions and introductions. Dr. Limoges, Assistant Superintendent Human Resources, will start us off with introductions.
Thank you, President Connor. Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Stock, Ms. Brenda. Tonight, I have the pleasure, which happens about this time during the summer, of recognizing some of the new administrators that have come into our district. I would, however, ask, Mr. President, that I'm able to strike forward on 6-1, Ms. Honiger, who is the new assistant principal at Granite Oaks Middle School, will not be joining us this evening because, well, it's summer and she just didn't want to be here. I'm just kidding. She will be joining us in the following board meeting where we can get an opportunity to meet her. So I'm going to move forward, if I may, to 6-2. Which is the recognition of Program Specialist 2, Curriculum Instruction and Professional Learning. We have the pleasure this evening to recognize two new, not to the district, but new to this position. The district opened the positions of Program Specialist 2, Curriculum Instruction and Professional Learning on May 20th, 2020. Out of the 4 applicants, 4 candidates were selected to interview. The final cabinet interviews were on June 7th, and we're delighted this evening to present to you Amanda Bannister and Miss Kylie Bray were selected as the new Program Specialists. If we can give them a round of applause. If I could bring up Ms. Bannister, please, first. Like I shared with you earlier and in the board communication I sent, she is new to this position, but hardly new to the district. She has been serving as an instructional coach and has held that position since August of 2017. She was a high school English teacher for 16 years, was last at Whitney High School, brings a level of knowledge. We're very excited to move her up from instructional coach to program specialist. I think she'll be very helpful during our learning class and our math improvement work that we're going to be doing. If I may, Amanda, you can introduce who that you brought here and welcome to, well, not welcome, you've always been here, but welcome to the new position.
Thank you. So this evening I have with me my husband, Tony Bannister, also a teacher at Whitney High School, and my son, Ryan Bannister, 6th grader at Sierra Elementary, now at Springview Middle School. And my other son, Mason Bannister, going to be a 4th grader at Sierra Elementary. So, yeah. We're already part of the family. Yes. So, good evening, President Counter, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Stock. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm really excited to move forward with Ed Services, continue working with Ed Services, continue supporting teachers and programs and district initiatives. I'm excited for the path ahead. I know we have a lot of lofty goals, and I look forward to helping our district earn and achieve them. So, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Do you have any comments?
I just always like to say not only a huge, although not new to the district, welcome, thank you, but a huge welcome and thank you to the family. I know we are what we are because of our family as well, so thank you. Thank you for coming out and supporting Mom tonight, too.
Amanda, welcome, and good luck in your new position.
Thank you.
I just want to share my welcome and thanks. I have to say, like, the last few years, you've done an amazing, the last year was incredible. the amount of work you did in helping our teachers think through how to make all these changes, have curriculum ready to go, think differently, act differently, and behave differently, and we had incredible results to show your hard work mattered, and it poises you perfectly for the next step. This is a huge bet we're making, and we have a lot of, it's important, right? We have a huge opportunity to have a real impact next year, and I can't think of a better person than the two of you to be leading, and I deeply appreciate your commitment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for keeping with it. Family, thanks for supporting us. Thanks for supporting her and us in this great endeavor. So, guys, support your mom. She's doing great work here for RUSD. Thank you, Ms. Baxter. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next, I would like to bring up Ms. Kylie Bray. So Kylie, again, not new to the district. She currently served this year as the assistant principal of Rocklin Virtual Campus, and I just want to reiterate the work that went into the creation of that and the operations between Ms. Bray, Jennifer Hanks, Ms. Hanna, to start a school from nothing to 1,500 in a short period of months. For anybody that's in education, we think that's crazy, but the fact that it was actually successful is just a testament to the people that we're bringing about. So I want to say thank you for that, for sure. She's held this position since the beginning of this school year. She served as an instructional coach for 4 years, supporting our teachers, and as an elementary classroom teacher for over 16 years. So we're bringing a lot of experience and tutelage to this new program specialist position. So I'd like to welcome Ms. Kylie Bray. Thank you very much. You can do introductions, and I'm sure the board would like to give you a welcome.
Thank you very much for having me. I brought my village with me, quite literally, because just like Ms. Safoff did say, it takes a village to support everyone in education. But I brought with me my husband, Josh, and my in-laws who are amazing in helping me with kiddos as we juggle, parenthood and education as well. So Rob and Nancy Bray, my 3 kids, Drew, who's a 5th grader, going to be a 5th grader at Sierra. We're representing Sierra well today. So Drew's going to be a 5th grader, Haley, who's going to be a 4th grader, and Addie, who's going to be a 1st grader, all at Sierra. So we very well represent Rocklin Unified as well. And then I brought my mom, Kathy, Nunn, as well. So again, my village makes the little bit that I get to do out front, that village is really lifting us up to make that happen. So I'm glad to have them. So thank you for coming and supporting. Board of Trustees, Superintendent Stock, district leaders, I just want to say thank you so much for having the faith, the confidence, and the trust in allowing me to be in this position. I'm very excited to do the hard work that Amanda had mentioned. I'm excited to provide excellent educational opportunities for our community as a district. I'm excited to support our teachers in providing meaningful learning opportunities for our students, and I'm also very excited to help our students in developing to their greatest potential at all levels. So I'm just grateful and excited to do the hard work, and excited for the summer to rest for a little bit before we jump into that hard work, but I'm ready to do it once the time comes. So thank you very much for allowing me.
Well, again, another heartfelt thank you. Excited to have you in this new role. Also, a huge thank you for everything with the RVC. What an incredible opportunity for families that needed that option. That was huge. So thank you for your work there. And just furthering my comments on family. Families do 2 things. They encourage us and support us, and they grow our district. So yes, thank you.
We did our
Welcome,
part.
especially to the little ones here tonight. We hope you have fun here.
Yeah, I just want to repeat what she said about RVC. That was a huge, massive undertaking, and we appreciate all of your hard work. And we're very excited to have you in this new position, so good luck.
Thank you very much.
What comes next? Ditto, triple? I don't know what the next one is, but I agree, absolutely. And again, just appreciate your willingness to do this, and you're stepping up. And it does feel like also, this role in particular, we are going to have a lot of learning against all of our, we haven't had this, we have all this learning going on across all of our schools, and the idea to actually bring that together, to take what you learned at RVC and bring that into this moment to actually, because I do believe the best way we're going to get better is our teachers are going to lead, and this opportunity is happening, so capturing that leading and sharing is such a unique opportunity, and we deeply appreciate your willingness to do this. Thank you.
again, thank you. Thank you to the family for helping out. Guys, as I said before, support your mom. She's doing a great amount of work going forward. I think, again, from an RVC standpoint to moving forward, I can't thank you enough. It's great that we're making the investment, and it's great that we'll have this. It's for the kids, it's for the community. So thank you for the hard work. I don't know if you know how difficult it's going to be. I know it's not going to be easy, but all I can say is thank you for all the stuff you're about to endure. So
Thank you, Willa. I figure if we can lift RVC off the ground and make it the success that we have
Amazing,
done
yes.
this year, with the help of Hannah Anderson and her leadership, and then of course of Jen Hanks, and the teachers that stepped up to reach outside the box and kind of think differently about the way they've always done their jobs, and of course the families that have worked tremendously hard to support their students in that environment. It was a shift for everyone, but I'm very excited, and I do know that it's going to be a lot of work, but I am totally ready, and I know that we have an amazing team of teachers, administrators, and families that are ready to step up. So thank you very much. Thank you.
So moving on, if I may, Mr. President, to 6.3 is the recognition of Director of Academic Improvement and Multi-Tiered Systems of Support. What's funny is the positions are getting longer and longer. The district opened the position of Director of Academic Improvement and Multi-Tiered Systems of Support on May 20, 2021. Out of 18 applicants, 3 candidates were selected to interview on June 4th, with a final cabinet interviews on June 7th. Ms. Beth Davidson was selected as the new Director of Academic Improvement and Multi-Tiered Systems of Support. Please recognize Ms. Beth Davidson. We had a running joke today about her bio. It's like I made up all these, like, toured with the Stones and writes haikus. You didn't want the haikus, but the Stones you were cool with. So Beth currently serves, again, not new to the district, new to this position, currently serves as Assistant Director of Special Education and Support Programs and has been there since July of 2019. This position and her previous levels as a site-level principal and a middle school teacher. She was both the principal of Springview Middle School, survived under the wise tutelage of Mr. Marty Flowers, and was a teacher, a math teacher at Springview Middle School as well. So we're excited to have her move up the ladder, and she had an amazing interview, and I think we're super glad that we're giving her this opportunity and help to move forward the math improvement work that we do. So Beth, congratulations.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Stock. I'm flying solo this evening, but I just wanted to take a moment to express my gratitude and my excitement for taking on this new position. We have an amazing new team, and we're all new to our position, so we will be learning together. We know we have a steep learning curve ourselves, but we are thrilled to be able to work alongside an outstanding staff, instructional aides, our administrators, and our fabulous teachers. It will be a journey, and I'm sure bumpy and curvy and twisty along the way, but just really excited to have both the opportunity and obligation to serve all of our students. Thank you very much.
Hey, I'm the token first one every time now. Man, I set a standard. Well, Beth, thank you. We know that what you're getting into is blind, right? It is so new, but so appreciative of you saying, hey, let's step in, let's do this. We have a lot of things to address, especially with learning loss, and I am so thankful for you stepping into this role, so thank you.
Yeah, this is a big job with a lot of responsibility, so I'm glad we got someone really excellent to do it. Your credentials are long, and we appreciate that, and I'm really glad that you decided to take on this new role. It's a really important one for our district, for our kids, so thank you.
I have my voice as well, and just deeply appreciate you continuing to move up and continue to serve Rocklin. And obviously, there's lots of need right now, but in particular, the board has called it, because our data argues we need to call it our mathematics, and that we have gaps in our needs, and we need to really focus and make sure that we're getting kids ready so that they can do higher level math, so they can get into UC and CSU and be ready to go. And there's a great opportunity for us to use this moment and this additional resources to move that forward. So we're deeply interested in your leadership in that, and your background is perfectly for this moment in time. So thank you.
thank you. Thank you for what you're about to do. Thank you for all the work you've done now and moving forward. And all I can say is it's an amazing jump to touring with the Stones, to Springview, and now to this job. So amazing. That's definitely a resume builder. Thank you, Beth. Thank you.
And on behalf of Cabinet and Superintendent Stock, I'm assuming, thank you for giving us.
Thank you for that. We're going to go to the COVID update. If you guys, more than welcome to stick around, families. If you'd like to hang out and be a part of it, if you want to move along, feel free. So thank you for that.
Very smart move.
So now Superintendent Stock, a COVID-19 update.
Good evening, trustees. I was thrilled not to provide a COVID update at the last meeting, and unfortunately, you can see I've cleared the room on providing a brief COVID update tonight. And so just our first piece is the decisions the board and the district have made have centered on our students and staff, their physical safety, the learning, and the social, emotional, mental health. That's been at the center of decisions, and it continues to be. This update is brief in a sense that we're going to go ahead and just for the 2021-22 school year, the first day of school is August 11th. I'm glad the students left the room because they'll realize how short of a summer this really is. But we're very excited that all of our schools will be on a full-day traditional schedule like how we ended our school year. We were one of the first in the region and the state to come full schedule, and that includes our elementary, middle, and high schools. And so what's great is our families, our students, and our staff made that transition in the spring. We really know that benefited them greatly, and so there's no question in our minds that we will always have been back full-time, full schedule. We also, as you've heard, will offer an independent study and our virtual school RVC option for students, because we always like to make sure families have options in our district. And then on the next piece, the real update is brief. As you know, on June 15th, the state of California ended the colored tiered system that governed the kind of crazy reopening and unreopening and ended many of the restrictions and public health orders. At this point, for schools in California, the California Department of Public Health, or CDPH, has not updated guidance for K-12 schools or sports and athletics at this time. This has created many unknowns for schools, as you can imagine, and it has for our parents, our families, and our staff as we prepare for the next school year. And so updates are expected sometime this summer from the Department of Public Health, and we'll be monitoring those. But there are some of the major unknowns that we're really looking for to see in the guidance is, around will face coverings be required in our schools for students and staff? Will quarantining of students and staff exposed to COVID, positive persons, be required still? If it is, what's the criteria around that? Will social distancing be required? Will there be changes to the restrictions in athletics, performing arts, and other activities? So these are some of the biggest areas that we're looking to see, hopefully, new guidance in, but we'll continue to track and work through these. And so really this brings us to, because there's not a huge update, to really the next steps that we will continue to monitor the changes in guidance in other areas. We'll update the board, update our community, collaborate and negotiate with labor partners as we need to, and continue to learn and adapt. And that is something that we've all continued to do. So unfortunately, I wish I had more to report on updated and changes in guidance that really help us get back to as full and normal as possible for our kids. But really what I have is that there's nothing really new, and we're in really a wait and see pattern on what effects change guidance will have for us in the next school year. And so, President Counter, trustees, that really ends my brief update.
Okay. Any board comments? All right. Board comments. Are there any public comments regarding the COVID-19 update?
President Counter, there is one written comment.
First of all, I'll address these guys first. Really great to see a packed house. Last time I was here, there was 3 or 4 people. It was very disheartening. It makes me feel really alone. We're not alone, and we're going to let our voices be heard, and we're going to end this nonsense. I heard up here they're going about it with our best interest in mind and our health. That's a lie. It sounds good. Our children's health are at risk because of these masks, okay? Our children are not in any way in danger of dying of COVID-19. This is a joke, okay? This is medical tyranny, and this is about getting those injections in our kids' bodies and stuff, medical tyranny, okay? I'm getting off fire, I forgot where I was going. We need to get these guys educated. Yeah, so, my kids are not taking the vaccine. They're not gonna be guinea pigs. It has, I had COVID, my kids had COVID. They go home for 3 days and they're fine. They are not gonna take an experimental drug with no long-term known side effects of what the drug does. Now, I think I live in the twilight zone. I can't believe all these people running around to get these vaccines for a little flu that we get over in 3 or 4 days. And they're hiding the deaths behind the flu shots, or these COVID shots. It's been twice as many deaths from these shots than it has been in the last 10 years of all the shots combined, okay? So my kids aren't taking this stuff, and they're gonna be allowed to play basketball or football and go to class without being discriminated against. And I'm talking to you guys, I guess, more. We're not gonna put up with it anymore. We're not gonna wait until school starts and stuff, because they're gonna drag it out, and they're gonna flip it on us right before.
Yeah, I'm timing it.
So next.
Sir?
Yeah.
So just, are you here to address the board or them? Either way, I have a 3-minute
both.
time limit, so
Okay.
appreciate it.
Well, we're just gonna basically, we're not gonna let this go on. And next time, there's gonna be even more people, and they're gonna be lining up outside, and this is not gonna go on anymore. This is America. This is not a socialist country. This nonsense. I can't believe what's going on in this country.
Appreciate it.
Is there a way to
folks-
switch the slide back to where you guys had right before this one? Whoever's working the slide? Is there any way to go back one, back to the mask? Yeah, right there, will face coverings be required in schools?
So, yeah, so if you state your name,
Matt
neighborhood, where you're from?
Cropley, I have a son at Rocklin Elementary,
Okay, excellent, thank you.
who received some of the worst education this year that I've ever seen with COVID, stay at home. I timed it, he spent 23 minutes with his instructor every day. 23 minutes, that's it. The rest of it was on a computer program. But going back to this, face coverings will be required. They aren't required. State law supersedes any mandate. You guys can go to local affidavits. You can find out a lot of what's going on. Send your kid to school with their mask or without their mask. They cannot be forced to wear a mask. It's against civil rights law. If anyone here is educated in any law, most police officers aren't even educated in this law. I've sat in Monterey gas station for over 2 hours to have a police officer make them serve me. They have to. This school's open to the public. You have to allow our kids there. It's against civil rights law to now allow our kids there without masks. So that first thing requirement up there is bull. Don't listen to it. Send your kids to school. Call the cops if they deny your kids coming in there. Stand there. I'm a part of the NCLU. It's a National Conservative Law Organization. We are here. We will put lawsuits against this school. Send your kids there. I just got accepted to UC Berkeley. I'm going to law school as well.
Hi, my name's Robert Dodge. I have kids in the district. I pulled them out this year. They were getting a horrible education. Between the Zoom and the in-person and the masks and the dividers, this was not an education. I'm counting on you to lead. I don't want to hear what the state is. We elect you. We want you to lead. We want you to push back against the state. We don't want to hear what Gavin Newsom has to say about his kids are in private school and his kids are doing just fine in their education. We pulled our kids out this year. We want to send them back next year. My daughter wants to graduate 8th grade with her class. We don't want to like be separate from everyone, but the education they got last year was horrible. And we're counting on you to be leaders, and we're counting on you to push back. Thank you.
Good evening, President Counter and Board. My name's Lynette Coranta. My heart is beating out of my chest. This is not something that I want to be here doing, but I'm here not only for my child, but for all of the children who have been living in masks for the last year. I don't know if any of you saw the report of what they found on masks, on children's masks, and to sit here and tell us that it's for their health. It's not, and I'm not blaming you all. I'm a person who truly believes in the fact that words have meaning. And what we're talking about is guidance. This very guidance was thrown in my face at the last meeting when I refused to wear a mask for health reasons. And I was told that I needed a doctor's note in order to attend the meeting. It is guidance, not law. It's not a rule. It's guidance. So my question for you is, what if Rocklin Unified doesn't follow the guidance? Thank you all.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Ansuri. I have two children, ages 6 and 9, who attend Sierra Elementary. This past year, every morning I made my two children put on a mask before school. Every single morning they would complain about wearing it. It's hard to describe the feelings of anger, frustration, and absolute helplessness I felt when I made them put it on. I knew wholeheartedly it was wrong. However, I felt completely helpless. What could I do? Forcing my children to do something that was completely unnecessary, useless, and wrong made me feel sick, and I did it every single day. Every afternoon when I would pick up my 6-year-old daughter from kindergarten, she would run out to me with a mask that was saturated with moisture and dirty, sometimes with a footprint on it. It was absolutely disgusting. There was an article I read today from rationalground.com. A group of Florida parents cultured their children's masks, and the analysis detected 11 dangerous pathogens on the masks, including bacteria that causes pneumonia as well as meningitis. We are lucky that it's been proven that children do not easily spread or get ill from COVID, so stop making them carry this burden. A couple of weeks ago, before the school year ended, my son had to have a conversation with the principal at our school. He was playing wall ball at recess and accidentally bumped into another child and knocked him down. Apparently, there's a strict no-contact rule at school. As a punishment, my son was forced to sit out a recess to reflect on his actions. My husband and I were furious. Since when do kids deserve to be punished for being kids? Prior to this event, my son had told me on one occasion that one of his friends got in trouble at recess by yard duty and was also forced to sit out because his mask kept falling down under his nose. I was sure to tell him if this ever happened to him to let me know immediately. The same yard duty person also forbid my son and his friends from playing knockout at recess. For those of you who don't know, knockout is a basketball game where you compete to make baskets. My son said he was given no reason by this yard duty lady as to why they couldn't play. I can only assume it was because of the strict no contact rule. This is absolute madness. We're living in a world where kids can't even play together at recess. Luckily, my son has been able to play travel baseball this past year. He practices 2 days a week and has games or tournaments on the weekends. At baseball, there are no masks. Kids run around together, wrestle, high-five, and get to act like normal 9-year-old boys. Thank God he has had this outlet because when he comes to school, it seems more like a prison at times. My daughter has also been able to play soccer for a local club team this past year. Again, there are no masks. She gets to run around with her friends, giggle, and give high fives. And guess what? Everyone has been okay. Our children have carried a burden for this last year, and it is too much to ask them to carry this burden any longer. We cannot mask our children anymore. Our children need to see the joy in the faces of their friends and teachers. They need to learn to understand and fully interact with people so that one day they are active participants in our great society. Parents are uniting to say we will not stand for these rules on arbitrary safety. As board members, you represent us and our children who cannot speak for themselves, so please hear our voices.
Hi, good evening. My name is Courtney Weidman. I have 2 daughters at Valley View Elementary. And I just wanted to say that we need you guys to stand up for us. And I know that you're under a lot of pressure. I know that. I am asking you not to bow down to the hysteria. And I know teachers' unions are really powerful, but angry parents are way more powerful. And I promise you, there's going to be a lot more of them. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gwen McKinnon. I have a 14-year-old transitioning from Springview Middle School, possibly Rocklin, possibly a private school if I can find it. I'm going to go a little bit different route, but I do agree. You all represent our students, and these masks have got to go. It has just been horrendous on my 14-year-old. So I'm going to go back March 4th, 2020. CBS 13 reports 1 person has died in Placer County of the coronavirus. It is the first confirmed death related to the disease in California and just the 10th in the United States. The county health department says the person was a critically ill older adult resident of Rocklin who was likely exposed on a cruise ship. The patient was a 71-year-old man. Following the death, Governor Newsom released a statement saying, this case demonstrates the need to continued local, state, and federal partnerships to identify and slow the spread. He goes on to say, anyway, my heart's beating as fast as hers was. As a result of their contacts with the patient, 10 Kaiser Permanente Health Care workers, 5 emergency responders have been put in quarantine. None of them are showing symptoms of the virus, health officials say, and what I read, none of them got that. Again, Newsom announced a state of emergency. April 20th, 2020, Newsom's secret $1 billion mask deal with Chinese automakers sparks bipartisan concern. Governor Newsom's decision to spend almost $1 billion with a B in taxpayer funds to buy protective masks drew national attention as an aggressive move by California to solve one of the most nagging problems of the coronavirus crisis. But almost 2 weeks after he announced the deal during a cable TV interview, very few details have been disclosed. The governor's advisors have declined request information about the agreement with BYD, which is the Chinese company, automobile company. They manufacture electric cars. Why didn't he just go down to Tesla? They were shuttered. Why didn't he go down to Tesla? Anyway, he'd already wired the company $495 million for their first down payment. Newsom goes on to say, I'm for the outcome here. Some are consumed by process, personality, and intrigue. Who's up, who's down? We are actually solving a major, major problem, not only for the state, but potentially a template for the country. Where goes California, there goes the country. Exactly, and this article was, but anyway, how BDV converted some of its manufacturing efforts in China to begin producing protective masks is unclear. On March 13, it touted the creation of the world's largest mass-produced face plant, China. In a news release posted, the company announced that it would make 5 million masks a day, best known for producing N95 masks. The announcement of the new mass production by BYD leadership in China came right at the moment for California as the Newsom administration scrambled the productive gear while the cases of novel coronavirus began to climb. And then he went on the Rachel Maddow show, and then he went on the Ellen DeGeneres show, and then on Saturday, April 18th, while visiting Santa Clara County to discuss COVID who were homeless, he insisted the BYD contract is difficult and that he's revealed an appropriate amount of information given the difficulty.
Ma'am,
And
3 minutes. So.
can I just finish this?
Yep, you can finish.
Okay. June 8th, fast forward 2 months later, masks from Newsom's $1 billion coronavirus contract gained federal approval and began shipping. June 19th, Newsom then declares all Californians must wear masks. This had nothing to do about science. This has nothing to do about science. It has to do with Newsom. He's in bed in China with mask makers. He's in bed with China, and our children are the ones suffering. I looked at the stats today for the Placer County Health Department. To date, Cases in Placer County. 2020 population of Placer County is approximately 400,000 people. We've had testing, negative testing, 415,375. Not sure how that happened. Positive COVID tests were 23,477. Sadly, we have had 299 tests. Positive test, COVID test ages between 0 and 17, 2,963. Deaths, 0 to 17, 0. 0 kids in this county have died from COVID. But somehow we can still make our kids mask up. They can't breathe. They have social anxiety. They're committing suicide. And they're not able to concentrate on their school because social distancing and the mask and everything. And we ask that you, those of you up there, we have voted you in to protect us, our students, and our teachers, all of that. But it's not with masks. It's not with masks.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jessica Rozek. I have 2 children that are in Rocklin schools here. You know, I'm a scientist at heart. I'm a scientist, a trained scientist from UC Davis. I work in the medical field. I'm not a doctor. But I believe that any of us, all of us, it is incumbent upon us to read the data. We're all capable adults. We all have an IQ over 2. I think we can all read the data. And as we all know, nothing in nature is free. There is a cost to every decision. The mask mandates that have been put in place have been shown to have a very poor prediction to COVID infection. Let's talk about the scientific evidence. University of Louisville study showed that prolonged use of a mask over 4 hours a day promoted facial alkalization, it increased dehydration, and in turn enhanced the barrier breakdown, the very thing that protects us from bacterial and viral infections. The British clinicians reported increased headaches, sweating, and decrease of cognitive precision. I think that's kind of important for kids, cognitive precision, right? Obscuring children's faces and their teachers also decreases nonverbal communication skills. I have a friend whose child has speech therapy as an IEP. That child's having to go through speech therapy with 2 masks, with a mask on the person and the mask on the kid. How are they supposed to be able to see the use of the mouth and the tongue that are used to enunciate words with a mask on? It's absurd. Occupational health experts have talked about the increased aerolization of COVID with mask usage. They're seeing that the actual aerolization of the molecule or of the virus is increased with the use of a mask. It's getting deeper in the lungs because of the mask. It's not benefiting. The American Institute of Economic Research in March of this year had an article saying masking children was both tragic, unscientific, and damaging. And these are very personal stories. These aren't just scientific reports. I have a friend whose kindergartner this year has had 6 infections with impetigo. Does anyone here on the board know what impetigo is? Yeah, it's awful. And this kid has now had 6 rounds of antibiotics. 6 rounds. It's awful for these children. Dr. Jay Bhattacharya out of Stanford, he is an epidemiologist. He and 3 other physicians, Scott Atlas, Sunita Gupta out of Oxford, and Martin Koldorf out of Harvard, all met recently. They all spoke against the continued masking of children. They see the danger in this for the children. In fact, Dr. Bhattacharya actually stated, and I quote him, "My reasoning was a cost-benefit analysis. The benefits of masking children are small to none. The costs are much higher."
Ma'am.
So, if I may finish. This board has been very courageous in reopening the school much faster than any other district in the area. And I think all of us really appreciate it, and we recognize that, and we know your names. We see it, and we are going to support you. It's apparent that the state government and the public health officials in this state are under the jackbooted thugs of the teachers' unions. The CDC asked the teachers' union for their input on guidelines. Last time I checked, the teachers' union president, not a medical doctor. Unacceptable. Please be courageous, all of you. We're watching. We know everyone's names. We are parents. We are community members. We know we're watching. We want to see you do the right thing. Please be courageous. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mike Murray, parent and alumni of Rocklin Unified. I do want to thank the Courageous Board, or 4/5 of a Courageous Board that we have here tonight, or have overall. Rochelle not being here, part of the Courageous Four. I appreciate you guys bringing the issue forward. There's legitimate questions that need to be answered by the state, the CDPH, and how they conducted themselves in regards to children in schools and how they plan to conduct themselves moving forward. Looking objectively at this, children are not affected by the virus like adults. There's 75 million children nationwide. Of that, 4 million tested positive for COVID. And of that 4 million, 322 died, which is tragic. In comparison, 166 kids died of the flu in the 2019-2020 season. So it's not far off of where the flu is. The majority of the kids that did die have severe underlying conditions. Hospitalization is also extremely rare. When a student at Rocklin Unified gets a positive test, nobody asks if they're going to die. They ask when they can get back to school and sports, because it's not a real problem for most kids. These mandates are not about protecting children. These children have had their lives stolen from them for the past year and a half because of the fear cultivated by adults. And now California wishes to continue that fostering of fear in our youth. It's disturbing to see our kids walking down the street in 100-degree weather wearing a mask. It's disturbing to see the statistics on the suicide and depression with these kids. COVID has dominated their lives long enough. What we're teaching our kids is fear and stupidity, and it needs to stop. Give these kids back their lives. Let's return back to normal. If the fear is that they're going to go into society and spread the disease and kill the adults, that's also proven false. Not to mention, every single person or adult in Placer County that wants to be vaccinated, that chose to be vaccinated, is vaccinated at this point. Whether you choose to be vaccinated or choose not to be vaccinated, that's a personal choice, and you accept the risk either way. If the union boss decides to push back on the letter that you're bringing forward, you may want to remind him that all of his adult teachers are either vaccinated or choose not to be. It's not the role of the union boss to speak for our kids. The job of the union boss is to fight for the teachers in regard to pay and accommodations. This has zero effect on the teachers. This has everything to do with our children. It's time to actually listen to science and statistics. It's time to do the right thing for our children. It's time to stop letting fear be the ultimate public policy decider. Stop with the stupidity. Stop with the fear. Stop allowing common sense to be gone. Bring back common sense. Please send the letter and stand up for our children and what is right. We've taken enough from these children. Let this stop here and now, and let this spread throughout the state of California. Thank you.
I know I was up here once before, and I apologize, but I know I didn't take my full 3 minutes either. I'm sitting in my chair over here, and I'm watching our superintendents scrolling on their computers, not paying a single mind to the words being spoken by the parents. It's disheartening. It's very disheartening. It would be really nice if you would all pay attention to what the parents have to say, because we're serious. And I guarantee you, every single person in here has considered pulling their child from this district, and they're here to fight for this district. So please pay attention.
Hi there, my name's Nicole Guillama. I have children in the district. I have one right here. So this is Isabel. And I'm gonna let you hear from one of the children.
Hi, I'm very upset about wearing these masks at school. It doesn't feel healthy to learn in one, and it just makes me upset to know that I can't see my teacher's friendly smile or any of my friends' faces, and it makes me upset to think about.
So I don't have any articles to quote from or anything like that, and I'm just kind of shooting from my hip, but my family actually does come from a communist country. I'm a Cuban American. My dad's fresh off the boat from Cuba. I don't think people realize how quickly countries can turn to socialism or communism. And a lot of times you're living literally in it and you don't even recognize that it's going on around you. I wish I could have brought my dad here maybe to tell you some stories. I don't know if it's falling on deaf ears, and I hope not, but you guys are a board where you guys are elected. People put confidence in you guys to stand up for us. Thank you for getting off your computers. I appreciate it. I have 2 kids, Isabel, and then I have a son who's 8. They actually both have epilepsy. I realize that this is just my story, but there's a lot of stories like that. They have a lot of anxiety. We spend a lot of time at therapy in general for seizures and all kinds of anxiety that maybe a lot of people wouldn't understand. My son, right when they get out of school, they rip off their masks. Their masks are soaking wet. My son has a rash around his face. My daughter cries because she can't see her teacher's smiles, her friend's smiles. Expression is huge. I mean, that's all these kids want to do. And it went against everything I believed in to send my children back to school, but I was put in the worst position. I didn't want to send them back. I knew it wasn't right. I wanted to stand up and be strong and no, we're going to go against the grain. You're not going, but it really wasn't what was best for them. I'm worried about my kids getting sick, any kind of flu or anything. Could put my kids in the hospital, like has happened many times. If me being the parent that I am, the hovering parent that I am with 2 kids with epilepsy, and there's other things that other kids have, can send my kids to school and want them to be unmasked, then I would say anybody can. It's not right. I guess you could call me a conspiracy theorist. A lot of people do, and I've lost a lot of friends over it, and you know what? That's totally fine with me. I feel like a lot of things maybe we've believed to be true have come true. But I'm just asking you to please stand up, use your voices, think of the children, get past whatever you got going on inside of you. Think of kids like Isabel and my son Jack, who was like the sweetest little boy, flinches when someone gets near him. Okay. They flinch when someone gets near them. It took me a long time to get them. Did you guys cut off my mic? It took me a long time to get them not to flinch and want to be close to people. That just adds on to all the shit, that they got going on. I just implore you guys to maybe do the right thing. I can tell who's maybe pro-mask and who's not up here, and that's okay. But I feel like it's parents like me and children like Isabel that can affect change, and I'm just asking you to please do your best. Thank you.
My name's Campbell. I'm 11 years old, and I go to Valley View Elementary School, and it's really hard for me to go there with the mask on because first, I have severe asthma because I was born not breathing, and it's hard for me to breathe in it, and my teacher takes time from school to do mask checks every 5 minutes, and it's hard for me because we're doing math tests, reading tests, like anything basically, and we have to take time from that to do math checks. And another thing is, I don't know, 2 of my best friends who I think still go to my school, I have no idea. I don't even know if they go there because I don't know if they're in RVC or are still in my still go to school because I can't see anybody outside of my classroom because we're in zones. And on the last day of school, I asked a teacher, when can we go on the playground, or maybe we could go on the last day of school. And she said, no, we're not going to be doing that. Maybe next year if you guys get your vaccine because you'll be old enough. But I'm only 11, and we have to get them when we're 12, so that's a whole nother year. And I just turned 11 3 days ago. So, yeah.
That's my daughter, so I'm very proud of her. And I have another one back there. They're twins. They're not identical. But we left Campbell in Valley View. We pulled Augusta out. She couldn't do the Zoom box thing. It's just, I think we've really lost an entire year of education, maybe more. I think CTA is really a public enemy. They're an enemy of the state, enemy of the people, enemy of the republic. Not teachers, but big labor. Big tech, big labor are pushing all this. I could read the statistics. Some folks already did that. Oops. There we go. Okay, we're good. So Placer County, 90% of the Placer residents that died were over 65 years or older. So I'd hope that Roger sent all our 65 and older staff members to home and to work from home, because that would be the safest thing for them. Only like 1 or 2% were under the age of 40. So, you know, we have the mask, and the masks don't really do anything. They're not really protecting against anything. And somebody mentioned there were 0 deaths under the age of 18 in Placer County. So it's a charade. You know, somebody outlined, you know, Newsom's shenanigans, but I think it's really time to kind of move past this. You know, I work with in a government agency, and we're critical government agency, and we never went home. We didn't do Zoom box. We showed up, and we didn't have deaths, and we had a couple of people got sick. We're out for a couple days or whatever, but we moved on. We did our jobs. We showed up, and I really think the CTA needs to tell this is the way it works. CTA needs to tell the governor what to do. The governor works for the California Teachers Association. If anybody does not recognize that in this state, that's the truth of the matter. So I think between Roger protecting anybody over 65 who has not got the vaccine or can't get the vaccine, have them work from home, they can do the virtual campus until they retire, and then let's get everybody back to work and start teaching again. Thanks.
Hello, I am 11 years old. I'm Augusta Weidman, and that little girl that was just up here is my twin sister. And I remember coming home from school every day and seeing my sister's sad face because she can't see her friends, because they would be in zones, and she'd always be begging my mom, like, please help us set up a play date, but they'd never get to, and she'd just be so sad, and it really hurt me seeing my twin sister be sad, because that hurts me too. And also, I had a great teacher, and it was really sad when I couldn't like give her a hug or like talk to my students, to my other students in my class without having to wear a mask, and we couldn't run around without not being able to breathe. And I just wanted to say, like, it was really hard.
Hi, my name is Gina Williamson. I was not planning on talking. My kids are probably hiding now that I am up here. I have children in Rocklin Unified. I'm a teacher, not in Rocklin Unified, in an adjoining school district. And what gets me the most I hear the parents talking, and of course that parent me is right alongside them. But seeing the kids talk, that's when it gets to me, because for every day, for 180 days this school year, here I am responsible for the most amazing kids. I've been teaching for now over 30 years of my life. And for over 30 years, I have watched kids grow and flourish. Thanks to Facebook, now we're buddies. You know, it's like, hey, you know, I found you, and they have kids, and I get to see them grow and learn. But to be in a classroom with kids that were in these masks, you have no idea. You have no idea until you are there every day teaching to them. I can't read their expressions. I have one little autistic boy that, bless his little heart, he was trying, he was struggling, he can't keep it on. It is soaked, it is wet, it is dirty. And I can't read their expressions when they need me. That's my biggest thing. I have a master's in education, and it's social emotional. And that social emotional piece is huge. You cannot get that back. There are studies that show academically you can be on a little behind, you can get caught up social emotionally. No, this is a lost year. It is a lost year. To see my kids in my class every day look at me with these eyes, and the minute they go home, they look at me like, Miss Debbie, we want to be here. We want to be here. Last day of school, they're crying. They hugged me. They hugged me, and I hugged them back. And in my heart, the whole year, I felt like my hands were tied. I felt like the whole year I was teaching. I got so many kids up to standard, so many kids that were struggling. I put the educational piece, that social piece, I could not give them. And it breaks my heart, and I will not let that happen to any more kids anymore. Give them the choice. Give them the choice. If they want to wear a mask, but please make it a choice. In teaching, it's about choices. It's about coming to school to learn, to want to learn. Who wants to learn in these conditions? And a year of kids that did it. They did it. They tried their best. They did it. Don't ask them to do it again. Like I said, I have never been part of such an unfortunate time of our lives, and just to see it, to be in the trenches, to see, and then to see my own children struggle. It needs to stop. So we have a chance. We have a time. This is time. We can look back and say we could have done things differently, but looking forward, now's our time. Now's our time to say this is going to stop, and our kids will not suffer. Watching those kids is the only reason I'm up here right now. I hate public speaking. I hate it. I'm pretending you're all 6 and 7 right now. It's working real fine, but I will. It's the kids. It's the kids hearing them and the bravery to come up here. And if they can do it, I can do it. And I will not stop as a teacher, as a parent, as part of this community. We moved here to be part of this community. This was a huge deal to come from the Bay Area, the good old Bay Area, to come up here. Hell, we should have done this 20 million years ago. But it's turning into that. It's turning into what we left. And we need choice, we need freedom, we need our kids to be happy in their little lives. So thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Grotner. I'm a parent of 4 children who have gone through school here in the Rocklin Unified School District. Since early 2020, millions of people, as well as children in schools, have been forced to wear masks for hours on end. As you may know, the prolonged use of masks disrupts the normal breathing process. At the same time, we all know that children, especially the youngest ones, are not entirely capable of properly wearing or handling masks in the cleanest way. Can you imagine, especially with children, the pathogens and bacteria that might be found on masks, which are frequently handled, put in their pockets, dropped on the floor, or left on tables and on their desks? So COVID spread in Placer County during the 2019 through 2020 school year, and it quickly took hold of our children's well-being and educational progress. My then 5-year-old son was abruptly robbed of his kindergarten experience. My 7-year-old son, he is now 9 years old, and he has known almost nothing but wearing masks at school. And it's unacceptable that this has now drug on for almost 2 consecutive school years. What was supposed to last for 2 weeks continued all summer into 2020, and then drug into the 2020 to 2021 school year. Here in Rocklin, children are suffering from the district's forced mask policy on our children. Now, parents are being told that as we head into the 2021 to 2022 school year, our children are expected to yet again be forced into wearing these ridiculous masks. These children have to wear these masks for 6 to 8 hours a day at school. Again, this means the children taking the masks on and off, setting them on various surfaces, stuffing them into their backpacks, and wearing them in the bathroom. It has been my personal experience, as well as those who are close to me, that the continued mandate of masks here in your schools causes children anxiety, headaches, stress, and impedes them from the typical verbal communication that we all know is so important to their development. The Rocklin Unified School District has been instrumental in setting a precedent for surrounding districts as well as the Northern California area in general. Please, coming from a parent right here in your district, please consider taking a stance to make masks optional for healthy children here in the Rocklin Unified School District. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dylan Gratner, and I go to Sunset Ranch Elementary. And one of the reasons why I really hate wearing masks is because, it would give me a really bad headache, and, I couldn't breathe, and I would always want to take it off, but my teacher would always tell me to put it back on. And when me and my friends were running around at recess, and we would play soccer all the time, my mask would get really sweaty, and it would just feel, really disgusting to wear it. And, I really didn't like wearing it because it gave me, I wasn't really, I was claustrophobic.
I hate masks because they're so stupid and dumb.
That's a really hard act to follow. My name's Aaron Silberman. I have 3 kids in the Rocklin area, and I teach elementary PE in another district. I'm also a coach and a referee, and I've seen the inconsistencies of mask wearing throughout, and I have not seen the numbers increase. We're in a room right now with 50 people, which would not be legal in any classroom, and I have a feeling we're not going to get any reports of anybody having received COVID from this. And so being a teacher, I've seen common sense go out the window lots of times, and it's frustrating. And I feel like this mask mandate is another example of that. And what I am asking you as the board, as being a great representative of our students, getting them back in school was awesome. My district barely did it before spring break. You guys are setting the precedent, and I'm here requesting that you set the precedent for our students, for our kids, by writing that letter to the California Department of Public Health, asking or telling them that we are not going to follow this mandate. I wanted to visit you said you had some interviews recently, and I'm wondering, did the teachers that had those interviews, did they have to wear masks? And if they didn't, then why are we forcing our kids to wear masks when you said they interviewed well? And if I'm wearing a mask, how can you see my joy, my passion, if I'm wearing a mask? My son stutters. He was in school all year with a mask on, asked to do speech through Zoom because he couldn't meet with the teacher 6 feet away with a glass. That's not going to help him with his speech disfluency, and it's not going to help any other kids in anywhere by wearing a mask and being hidden behind that. So I'm asking you again to please send that letter, set the precedent, be the example for our state, for our country that we need. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Edith Weeks, and I didn't plan on speaking. And I don't live in this school district. I don't live in this county. I have 4 children, and I grew up in communism. And that lady who spoke before me inspired me to speak. I felt the panic when she spoke that I felt in my childhood. growing up in communism. And when that child spoke about having to wear the mask, and the teacher checking up on them every 5 minutes, and she was told that she cannot see her friends, and kids have to be vaccinated, it brought me memories from my childhood. We were brainwashed in school with the communist agenda. I remember this one particular experience I'm going to tell you. I was going into 5th grade. It was the beginning of the school year. And all the teachers and all the students were lined up in the schoolyard. It was the ceremony to start the school year. Kids had to wear their communist uniform with the blue scarf for 1st through 4th grade, red scarf through 5th through 8th grade, and all the hangings and everything. And there was a communist kids organization for the lower grades with the blue scarf, and for the upper grades with the red scarf. And my parents didn't have me be part of this group in my lower elementary grades. Going into 5th grade, we were required to take the oath, 1st grade and 5th grade, to the communist regime. And the teacher, and I was a straight-A student, and the teacher was begging my mom to let me take the oath. And she told my mom, if I don't take the oath, I will not be able to go to high school or college, because that was the communist rule. And my mom told me in the last minute, as they started to take the oath, go ahead and do it. And the teacher was standing right by me, listening to every word, making sure that I took the oath. Now I was able to go to high school, and I could go on to college, so I can have better paying jobs. But when that girl said, and I know this is how it is, this is where we are heading, with the mask mandates, the social distancing, the quarantine, the vaccination, it's coming our way. The vaccination passports, vaccination IDs, it's already happening in my country. I am from Hungary, and it's already happening there. And it's coming to this state, to this country as well. They're already starting it in Santa Clara County. This mask mandates, quarantines, social distancing is paving the way for that. And you have done a great job. You opened up the school district. And I thank you for that, even though I don't live in this school district. And I'm asking you to please don't follow this, because it's going down the path of communism. Thank you very much.
Hello, board. Again. First of all, before time starts, I'm sorry. Children, wonderful job. Wonderful job. And adults. But children, that was hard and brave, so we're all proud of you, no matter who believes what. So good job. Thank you for that. Okay. Is COVID twisted for political gain? Absolutely. Is Newsom full of lies? I believe so, absolutely. Is it hard to wear a mask? Is it horrible for the young children? Absolutely. However, is COVID real? Yes. Okay? Don't do pitchforks yet, just hear me out. I'm on your side. Is it real? Yes. 3 of my extended family members have passed from COVID, not from other symptoms and then marked as COVID, but from COVID. Do masks work? They do. 2 of my own family members got COVID last year. The 3 of us masked up in the same household, 14 days of quarantine. We did not get sick. With that being said, I want to state first, I'm on board with the same message of masks should be a choice. That's not what I'm here for. What I'm here for are a couple different reasons. One, I know it was stated that the children do not get ill from COVID We have weekly reports that show how many children got COVID in each school district, okay? So that is there. So what do we need to do? And this is my message today. As a board, no matter what stance you take, we need to have the same gumption in preparing for when that happens again. So I'm changing the message, changing the message a little bit, because my talks are always about cooperation and preparedness, right? Some of the things that were mentioned here, that this was the most horrible education that we've had. It was like a prison. The joys weren't there, and they couldn't see the faces. All of those things, what are you as a board going to do to help that, right? What is distance learning going to look like if that's imposed? What is quarantine going to look like if that's imposed? So I'm just asking, as a community member of kids with all 3 levels, please be prepared. Because honestly, in my own experience, the bad education was kind of a reflection on getting back too soon. We weren't ready. We did not have a distance learning program. Teachers weren't prepared. Please be prepared just in case. That's all I'm saying here. Again, I have a high schooler, or now both high schoolers. They will, again, choose to wear a mask or not, but I do have an elementary age child as well who cannot get vaccinated yet, which is also a personal choice. We have those to consider. We have those to consider with the autoimmune system, low immune system to consider. You know, we've had many of the presenters, I'll finish up, say the different health reasons that they have. Well, there's health reasons on both sides. So I first want to commend you for working together as a board to come up with the safest solution. I do believe masks should be optional. I just ask that we be prepared for any outcomes that may come from that. Thank you.
Thank you for letting us speak. As a mother of a soon-to-be 6th grader and concerned about my daughter as well as all the kids in the district, I have a letter that I can share with you that was sent by Eric Bonnickson, Superintendent of Placerville Union School District, which has received much attention by 20 other California school districts. They indicate they are using his letter to draft their own letters requesting for the power to utilize local decision-making for the good of their students, staff, and families. I'm unsure if Rocklin Unified School District is doing this, and if not, I would ask, why not? This last year has proven to be a roller coaster of untested, uncertain, and stressful attempts to maintain the state and federal recommendations. As a concerned parent who has seen enough by now, I'd like to see the authority to decide where it belongs, which is in the hands of the state district, each school district. I know other parents who feel, well, a lot of people, especially here, that the mask mandate is harmful and counterproductive to producing strong, healthy, and confident kids. I also understand that there will be kids and parents who feel the opposite. For this reason, the mask should be optional. And having the power to decide what's best for the school district locally will lead to everything such as the quarantining, the social distancing, in terms of that, having the guidance and you guys having the power to decide. I truly hope you will ascertain me and other parents that you will seek the power back where it should be in local governing agencies. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hello. Good evening, trustees and President Counter. I just wanted to get up really quickly, and I know that in this room I'm a minority opinion right now on some of these issues, but not all. So I want to first off say thank you for everything that was done by everyone up here to get our students back into school as quickly and as safely at the same time as it was done, safely for our community and staff and kids too. I will say that as soon as full classrooms were back into effect again, it was like flipping a switch with my kids. I mean, smiling, laughing, telling me stories every day just about all the great things that were going on with all of their classmates together. And so I appreciate that they were able to have that experience before the end of the school year this year. I wanted to speak briefly in regards to the letter that's being proposed to the California Department of Health by Trustee Sathoff. I want to say that, like probably everyone in this room, I too want and I expect that students will be able to attend school without masks this coming school year. I think that all of the trends are speaking to that. We have lower levels of COVID, and that is continuing to just decrease over time. We have, adults have been able to become fully vaccinated if they have chosen to do so. That is not a question. We have, teens and preteens that are making that decision to do so as well. And businesses and events are fully opening. So I think that not only that, but also this prolonged quarantine period is something that I believe should go, and that most likely will. And I think that what we're seeing as the CDC has continued to learn more and make changes over time is that we have continued to move in that direction. We have not moved away from that direction. And so when I'm saying that, I'm just coming up to this podium confused as to why this letter is being presented and why it's being presented now. Why are we not waiting for the CDC's recommendations on this next school year? That is what the California Department of Health is going to be using, and that's what they're waiting for. So why are we spending time, energy, resources on creating something that could very well be completely obsolete in a matter of a couple of weeks? It just seems like spinning wheels, and it seems like wasted energy. Where is it going? Can we wait and find out what we're upset about before we go down that route? And I'm saying maybe a letter will be warranted. Maybe it makes... Can I please have my time? Can I please have my time, sir? A letter may be warranted. There may be decisions that are made that are not right for Rocklin, and that may be true. But we don't know that yet, and what I would like is to wait for the facts. Please focus on the quality of our students' education and how you plan to address the budget deficits to come, which I don't know that legal action on this end is the way to help protect our students' education. That's what the majority of Rocklin parents, and I think all of these parents too, care about more than anything else. The quality of their students' education. That's what's going to happen when this pandemic is totally gone. That's what we're going to care about, and that's what's going to stick with our kids for years to come. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Sean Chaney, and the real Sean Chaney, okay? I'm a Rocklin resident of 15 years. I have 2 kids, 8 and 5. I pulled them out of Rocklin 2 years ago, put them in private school for other political reasons. I'm grateful that they've been in class for the last 1.5 years and not required to wear masks. I'm grateful for that. What else I'm grateful for is the 1.5 years that they were in class without a mask, not one single student or staff member were required to quarantine. Why is that? They still went by the CDC guidelines, but they made their own decision not to require masks. That's the first subject I want to talk about. The second is, I'm here for the parents and the community as a whole. I didn't come here to speak tonight. I came here to just listen. But I felt compelled to come up here and speak as a concerned citizen, to voice my opinion that we all shouldn't be buying into this shandemic and the China virus. It's all politics, okay? My child's education for the last 1.5 years speaks for that. The second I would like to tell you all is you should take this as a warning. Because you've all seen the videos, okay, of the parents that marched you out the front door and took and voted themselves in and put them in your chair. Okay? So take that as a serious concern. Don't even get me started on critical race theory. Okay? There's a lot of fights ahead of you. You better start paying attention, because you've awakened the sleeping giant. Thank you.
There's just something that has to be said. Thank you. I'll take like 30 seconds. There's a lot of different opinions, right? And I heard yours, and you heard mine, and all the different sides. But hearing somebody behind me say you need to move out of our community, that's not
Ma'am?
going.
Ma'am,
I know.
please, I got to go to public comment.
I will. I'll
What-
finish.
I-
That is not going to
Ma'am,
bring change. Let's work together. We all want the same good for our kids.
All right, thank you.
I just asked.
Thank you.
I said, I want to move out of this.
Folks, folks, please, folks, please, folks, please. All right. So, folks, please. Moving now to public comment on non-agenda items. This agenda item is included to give anyone in attendance the opportunity to question or discuss non-agenda items with the board. The board is not permitted to deliberate or take action on non-agenda items, but may refer the matter to staff members for follow-up. A complaint about a specific employee of the district shall be made to the employee's immediate supervisor or principal, required by Administrative Regulation 1312.1. As a reminder, individuals who wish to provide verbal public comment do so in person, as we've just seen, which is excellent. There's a 3-minute time limit. Written public comments may be submitted to the following instructions on agenda item 2.1. So again, are there any public comments on non-agenda items? The letter that Trustee Sadoff has is agenda item 11.1, so if you have anything that's not related to that, even though we went through a lot of the COVID stuff, which was excellent, this is the opportunity to speak now on a non-agenda item. Okay. So just as a quick note, going forward, I know part of the different policies and having the board meetings out, we got on camera, we used to do the public comment and you could write those in. So just going forward, we're gonna pull that back. We're gonna have people, if you wanna come and speak like you guys all did tonight, and thank you for that, please come to the board meetings. Come here, you'll have your 3 minutes. We're gonna pull and if you'd like to send an email, by all means, you can send an email to teachers, to staff, to superintendent, to any of the board members up here. So there's always that opportunity to do that, but going forward, since we have more of a regular forum and regular board meetings, we're looking for people to come in and speak just like you guys did. So thank you for that. The folks at home that are watching, if you'd like to come and comment, please do come and comment in the future. So don't have any written public comment. So going to 8, moving now to employee organization reports. We will not have any report tonight as they are off enjoying the much-deserved summertime. We look forward to RTPA and CSEA at the next meeting. Go to comments. So trustees, do you have any board comments that you'd like to share tonight? Start that way.
You know, I said it last week, and I'll say it again. One of the hardest things as a board member is to sit here and listen and not be able to respond in the moment. Although I appreciate that role, I often find myself asking why. But I do want to take a moment to say I do truly appreciate every single comment. I think it's important that local leaders hear from every person that has a concern, a question, whether it's for or against something that we propose. And so I want to encourage us moving forward that we respect that. There will be differences of opinions, and that's okay. And I want to hear every single one because I want to make the best informed decisions I can. And so I appreciate, again, every single comment that was said tonight. I will say many of you shared actually much of what I already prepared. to share in 11.1. And I don't think it's by coincidence, but I wonder if some of you snuck into my phone and stole some of my notes. And I look forward to being able to share that at agenda item 11.1 if you're able to stick around. If not, I would encourage you to please listen in, because a lot of what you said touched me. It resonated with me before you spoke it because it was already on my paper. But it really resonated with me, especially the students who I believe most had to leave. I see some still in the back. Thank you for the courage to come and share. Again, whatever you're feeling, whatever you're experiencing, we want to hear it. I don't want you to agree with me. I want you to tell me what you're experiencing, because that is the job of those that are elected, to listen to the people that they represent and then make the best, most informed decisions they can. And so I thank you to the students. A few of you got me a little teary-eyed. I don't know that I could have done what you did tonight, sharing your experience. And so I appreciate you. I appreciate every parent, every community leader that came out tonight. And again, I think you all actually said it better than I could have. But I will give the rest of my time to my other trustees, as I already have prepared comments on agenda 11.1.
So, as Tiffany said, our trustee Sadoff, there were many, many things that were said tonight that I could have been standing at the mic with you and saying them right along with you. I teach in another district, and especially the teachers that got up and spoke, I have all the feels for what you're talking about. I see it every day, just like you do, and like you parents do. The kids with the filthy masks and going in and out of the doors, getting sweaty and going out to recess. And it's very difficult to be working without common sense and logic and having to follow arbitrary guidelines. I agree. I am going to have, and he doesn't know I'm going to do this to him, but it's okay. He can handle it. I am going to have Superintendent Stock please clarify the, and we've done this in here before, but I think it's important to clarify the law versus mandate and guidance that we have from the state, if you would please.
As we've been informed by our legal counsel, that the word guidance is really an unfortunate word, that because of the governor's state of emergency that he's declared in California, that public health guidance is really not guidance. It is the law of the land. It's the law we're required to fire. And so, in what we've been informed by our legal counsel is that, again, that because of the state of emergency, that public health guidance carries the weight of law in our state, and that public agencies are required to abide by it. As such, it is not a recommendation or voluntary for us at this time.
So I just wanted him to clarify what we are told. So whether you agree with it or not, I want you to understand that this is what we are required to live by. And we do check frequently with our own legal representation. And we work really hard to find ways to not have to have our kids wear masks. We are not giving up. We're spending all summer working on it because it is unfortunate and it lacks common sense for many reasons. I'm going to stop talking about that because, as Trustee Sadoff said, we do have an agenda item on the letter that will be going to CDPH. And so I wanted to say also, thank you so much for coming. Thank you for making your views heard. Oftentimes, we only hear one side, and it's not your side. So I'm glad that your side came and showed up tonight and made your views heard. And also, I wanted to thank the kids who got up and spoke also the parents who were talking about getting up and having their heart racing. I get that. Even as teachers, it's not the same thing to get up and speak to adults as it is to get up in front of a classroom. I get it. It's very nerve-wracking. And for the kids to get up and do it, I'm extremely impressed and grateful for the parents that are teaching their kids to stand up for what they believe in and what they believe to be right. That's awesome. And from a teacher's perspective, that's what we hope for, that's happening in the homes. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for bringing your kids. Thank you to everyone on both sides of the aisle. And please, let's always make each other feel welcome here. Whether we agree with each other or not, we want to hear everyone. We're all part of the same community, and we need to work together and have open dialogue. That's always welcome here, and we don't want anyone to be afraid to stand up because they're afraid they're going to be attacked. So let's all welcome each other and listen to each other. I hope that we can do that here. Thank you.
Again, thank you guys for coming out. This is the part of it that, again, we have board meetings. This is about community involvement. So we appreciate, the emails, the communication. This is what part of being on the school board. This is the best part of hearing from the community. So we try to get to the schools. We try to see the kids, but these meetings are that format. So thank you for that. I will just say, let's see, we had the opportunity, another note, so we had an opportunity to do the annual review. Board members had a great conversation, talked about pros and cons. This is about Roger Stock as superintendent. So went through the review, reviewed all the achievements, went through the pros and the cons, went through some great things that we were able to achieve. Getting these kids back in school by the end of the year was a big accomplishment that we were happy to have. Went through some of the opportunities moving forward. So just wanted the community to know that Rocklin Unified, Roger sincerely appreciates your leadership during the challenging pandemic year that we had. We support your supervision, administration, and governance for the Rocklin Unified School District, and we look forward to your leadership in achieving the goals and the strategies on 2021 and 2022 and as we move forward. Again, heard from the community. The direction that we're looking to go in. We're hoping that as we go back to school, we can do it all in the traditional normal format and we get back to regular school life as we've all known and loved to be within Rocklin here. So thank you for that. And then Superintendent, your comments?
Thank you, and thank the board for their continued confidence. Just want to note that Trustee Price, I know wanted to be here. She is actually doing what many of us hope to do with our children. She is taking her oldest son to college and moving him out, and just wanted to congratulate her and her family on that accomplishment and know that she wishes she could be here, but she's out of state doing that.
Moving on to action item consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are to be considered routine and will be enacted by one motion followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless Board of Trustees, audience, or staff request specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion and action. Any agenda item removed will be voted on following the motion to approve the consent calendar. Do any board members wish to remove an item from the consent calendar for separate discussion and action?
Yes, President Kellner, I'd like to remove 10.3, please.
I move the consent calendar with the exception of 10.3.
Second.
All right. Brenda, will you please call the roll?
Julie Hupp,
Yes.
Rick Miller,
Yes.
Tiffany Sathoff,
Yes.
Derek Counter.
Yes.
I move agenda item 10.3.
Perfect. Seconded. I second at 10.3.
Call the roll.
Right. Brenda, can you call the roll?
Julie Hupp,
Abstain.
Rick Miller,
Yes.
Tiffany Sathoff,
It's a consent calendar.
had to abstain. It wasn't for conversation.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure she didn't want conversation.
She just wasn't here for that, so she can't vote on it.
Yes.
and lastly, Derek Counter.
Yes. She was gone, so apologize. So again, Robert's rules wise, she wasn't here. She had to abstain to verify it, so all passes. All right, now I think, let's see here. Moving on to 11.1. So now item 11.1, action on letter to California Department of Public Health, CDPH, requesting reduced COVID-19 restrictions. Trustee Sathoff.
there's many things I could say. Many thoughts I have had in my mind these last few weeks, these last few months, this last year, part of the reason I ran. But I try to make my thoughts as concise as possible to clearly communicate to my colleagues what my desire is. I know I have furnished this letter both for the public because I wanted to hear what the public thought about it. I wanted to give everybody the opportunity to look at what I'm looking at. I have worked with a few different groups, individuals throughout the state that are concerned about some of these areas. There's different groups out there that have started individual suits. There are different parents that have shared their concerns. There's a movement called Let Them Breathe. And I think they have some very rational points that deserve to be looked at. And so you'll notice segments of the letter I've taken from our own legal counsel. I've taken from other legal counsel as well, in addition to different movements such as Let Them Breathe, because I think they're valid points to be discussed. And so I'm going to let the letter speak to itself for itself, but I wanted to share just a little bit with you, because this is really a conversation between us, and that's probably one of the most awkward things sometimes at a board meeting. But right now I'm talking to you guys. I'm not talking to the rest of the world. They get to listen in on our private conversation. But I want to share with you my heart, and I wrote it down to make sure I stay somewhat on task, because you know I don't always stay on task, as in 3-hour closed sessions. Colleagues, we've known since the beginning, and it's been confirmed time and time again, that children are not the source of widespread transmission, and they are not at risk of serious illness. However, we have asked, actually required them, to literally bear the burden of face masks and quarantines to protect our most at risk, understandably, our adults. And they've complied. They've done what we've asked of them for the entire last school year. But things have changed now. Every adult who would like to vaccinate has had the option to. It is no longer necessary, but in my opinion, now harmful to continue to mask and remove healthy children from school. I myself am hard of hearing in one ear, and so I often rely on reading lips. I continually have to remind those around me of this when they are masked and trying to speak to me and I don't hear them. My husband, as I actually saw someone in the back and that touched my heart, I asked him if I could share this. He said yes. My husband has struggled with a stutter his entire life. A mask makes it virtually impossible for him to communicate verbally. How many children struggle similarly and yet have no one to speak up for them, no one to fight for them, because they're asked to simply comply with the mandates we're given? These parents are here tonight pleading with us to help them, to make our decisions based on one reason alone: what is in the best interest of our students. If it is no longer medically necessary to continue masking and quarantining healthy children, then I believe it is time to ask ourselves, why are we doing this? For the many reasons I have laid out in this letter, I beg you, please join me in pushing back on this arbitrary and outdated guidance. I'll let the letter speak for itself.
Do we have any board comments or questions?
So Trustee Sadoff, thank you for bringing this letter forward. I know that it was difficult and took a lot of work, and I want you to know that I'm in full 100% support of you supporting this letter. I agree with everything you said. I think, and I said this a couple of board meetings ago, if we're not here to protect the children, then we don't have any business being here. And I think there's a lot of hoops to jump through, and the state hasn't made it easy for us to get this done. And I know this is a small step forward, but it is the first step that needs to be taken. And we need to take it. One of the parents mentioned that there was other districts sending letters. I didn't know about that. I would like to know more about that. I hope we can join with them and make this a group effort. I think the more districts that are involved, the better. I wish there was, I'm not going to say I wish, I hope there is much more that we can do. And there was also a parent that mentioned, and I fully support her right to mention it and her question, which was, why not wait? Why not just wait and see what the CDC says? It's their job to figure it out. And I almost want to shout from the rooftops that that's been the prevailing attitude and opinion for the last year. And we've waited and we've thought they were going to come up with the right answers. We have trusted that they had professionals and scientists and doctors that were going to come up with the right answers. And I think we've waited long enough. We never knew what they were going to say next week. We never knew what they were going to say in 2 weeks. I'm done waiting. I don't care what they're going to say. They need to... They need to listen now. If they're not going to say the right things, then they need to listen to the right things. And I fully support the letter going forward and any other actions we can take.
So I've been, needless to say, thinking a lot about this and torn in a large way. And here's why I'm torn. I actually completely support the spirit of this, what we're trying to say, which is to say, I too find the guidance outdated and arbitrary. And I think, and I actually completely agree, quarantine especially does not, it hurts kids, for sure. I also believe that masking is a distraction, that distracts from learning. And so I don't know, I'm guessing we would all agree we would much prefer no quarantining and no masking. And I'm happy to be on record saying that and write a letter to the Department of Health saying that. My struggle is there is language in this letter that in my opinion, takes opinion and states that it's fact and says things that I just personally just don't agree with. So, just to give you an example, it says masking of children is inconsistent with data surrounding transmission. I just disagree with that. I think the data is pretty clear. I'm not saying that we need to mask, but the notion that masking doesn't prevent the spread of the disease, I just don't think that's accurate. And so I'm not sure how I can sign on to a letter with statements of fact that I just don't agree are facts. So I am very willing to work with you to do a letter that we can agree on. Again, because again, the spirit of this, I'm all in, and I'm happy to work on a letter that, frankly, in my opinion, is more speaking to the folks in the government in why we as educators believe it is better and want to move towards a place where there is no masking and there is no mandate, recognizing we're not medical experts, they are, and so we're going to work with them, but letting them know why we feel the way we do. This feels more in the feeling of this is less advocacy, more, I don't know, partisan is not the right word, but very clear. And so it's not, I don't think it's inclusive. I don't think it's everyone in our community could agree with this. And I think we could write a letter where everyone in our community could agree with it. And so I'd love to work on that and try to make it so we could do that and work forward. But as written, I don't think, and again, I think there are things here that are just technically not correct. And so I just am not comfortable supporting it. But I really, truly would love to, if you're willing, to pull it, and then, but we can, we don't need to wait till the next board meeting. Like, we can have an agreement. We're going to work with Superintendent Stock, get it written in the next couple days, and redo it. And send. I'm all in, because I would love to speak with one voice.
No, so we got public comment. There's no public comment on this, so sorry, folks. So I get that from a public standpoint, and again, I'm in that same group. You see something and it's frustrating. It doesn't make sense. It's aggravating. It's like, you can't get to that. You can't get to 2 plus 2 plus 4, equals 4 type thing. So, and I get at the higher levels from the state and the county and all those things, they overcomplicate and look at a bunch of different things. I agree that it was great that we got kids back. I was one of those parents, and I think a lot of us out there were frustrated that because Johnny sat next to Billy in math, and that kid was, had a positive test for some unknown reason, and they got exposed, quote unquote, and they were sent home for 14 days or 24 days or 194 days, whatever all that stuff was. It was very frustrating. It was frustrating for me as a parent when my son would get tested for basketball and he was negative, but yet goes to science class and, Ben, you got to sit out because you sat next to the wrong person. And it just happened that way. And it is frustrating. And I hear all the folks, and the masks, I get it. We're moving on. We're past that. We got to get to a point where we can see kids' faces, see people's faces, talk to them, interact. I agree that not entirely that it was a lost year. I get it's frustrating, but we got to do better on getting kids back in from the social emotional standpoint, from the math, from the English, getting back to the normal Rocklin unified. The reason why we all raised our kids here is because of all those great things that we had in the schools and community. We got to get back to that stance, and it's going to take all of us to do it. So I'm in supportive of the letter. I'm in supportive of the initiative. Again, with Rick, is it, and I want to ask it right away, is it this way or bust, or is there a way to bring everything together so we can speak as a unified voice? I'm just asking in general. So we have to have the debate in public.
So technically, because it's an agenda item, can we please open it to public comment and then we can continue to discuss, or does it have to be once we're fully discussed?
The board has the deliberation prior to the board taking action. Then, because it's an action item, public comment on this item can come forward.
Will we still be able to deliberate after public comment?
The board can continue its deliberation prior to any motion being taken on the item.
Yeah, so I think, yes, so we can open it up and then we'll close off public comment and then bring it back up. Yeah, so.
I don't mind sharing where I'm at right now, since both of really all three of your comments were directed towards me. I do think these people have waited around to share specifically on this, and so I don't want to complete our deliberation until we've had the opportunity to hear from everybody who wants to speak on this specific item. Rick, I completely appreciate and hear you, and I've thought long and hard of how do we in every decision we make represent the entire community, but the reality of the day is we were elected to make the best decisions for our community. And with all due respect, you did ask me to prepare this letter ahead of time, to bring it ready and prepared. And so if there are specific items that there are concern, I'm more than willing to discuss them tonight. But many, many hours went into preparing this letter. And so unless there are specific statements that we're prepared to discuss right now publicly, I would like to move forward with the letter as is.
So I am, but I'm not sure. Do you want to rewrite this from the dais, which I'm willing to do if you want, but is that really what you're offering? Because again, if you don't, I
wanted to just answer your question until we heard from them. Yeah, I want to leave tonight with a completed letter that we're ready to send. It sounds like we're on the same page. I feel like we've given the opportunity for our community to weigh in. We're going to give them an opportunity to continue to weigh in, and I would like to leave tonight with a completed letter since we are all on the same page that we want a letter together moving forward.
Thanks. So, again, opening it up, are there any public comments from the audience on item 11.1?
Hello? Okay, that works. Hey, thanks for having me come up again. And so, I mean, to address Rick's comment that we can get something that everybody can agree on, I don't agree with that. We'll never get anything that everybody agrees on. And perfect is the enemy of actual progress. So we would not be able to get a perfect document, but maybe you could hash something out. But I think it would be important for the board to leave here tonight with a document that is unanimous. Now, you go to consensus, you don't go with full agreement. If if you want to move forward. This board's led before. They got people back. I mean, now it's a low standard in California, getting people back, but you led compared to your peers, and I think there's an opportunity to do that again tonight, and not kind of kick it out to committee and mull it over. You know, that hasn't served us very well over the last couple 15 months. So it's kind of time to, well, I got a phrase in my head, something about a pot, but I can't say it here. So it's time to you know, to lead, and I think you do it now, you do it in public, and you walk out of here with a unanimous vote by the board, because I think that's the way the district wants to run their business. Thank you.
I just wanted to quickly suggest that a motion be made to accept as is before getting into the letter and which parts should be changed or taken out. I also have concerns that the person that wants to make changes to the letter to make inclusive and make sure it speaks for the whole community has a statement up on the RUSD website denouncing his white privilege and other issues that don't really speak for the entire community and imply police officers are murdering black people and stuff like that. So if we're going to try and make something that speaks for the whole community, maybe let's go backwards a little bit and talk about other issues as well. Thank you.
Yes, I just want to come up here with a humble heart. I need to apologize for my behavior, first to the board, that was not respectful, and to those here in the meeting. I apologize to what I said and to the people here. That's not who I am, to get angry and to say something, even though we don't agree. My intent was just to say, let's all work together. And I think we can make a big change with everything with cooperation as a Rocklin community. So I apologize for that. The only statement I have is to consider if a board is sending a letter, then the board needs to be in agreement. That's it. If you're sending a letter or an individual suit, perfect. But the board is sending it speaking for all parents. So even though I agree, I think that it is absolutely important that you all agree and that it represents all perspectives as best as possible. I know it's not perfect. That's all. Thank you.
I would just like to kind of second what Mrs. Bond just said. I think if it's going to be sent from the board, it should be reflective of the board. And if it's going to say that the letter represents the thousands of families in RUSD, then there should be an effort made to make it closer, because I know that in this room there's an opinion and it's valid to be upset. I agree, but this is not representative, and I think there should at least be an effort made to do so. And I think to shut it down right now is it's disappointing. And if people want to personally sign off on it, but you know, this affects our kids, and I think with all due respect, the two loudest voices here do not currently have students in the district. This affects my kids. My kids are not pawns for this effort, okay? Make it about education first. Ultimately, even among this group, that's why you all were elected. We're trusting that you're gonna make the right choice for our kids, and it's not to make a statement. It's about more than that. Thank you.
I just want to address the scientific component of it. I have a number of studies that I'd be happy to bring to the board and email to you. I know you guys have all received my emails before. I'm sure you're thrilled to see me here at the meeting. But I will cite a few Emily Oster out of Brown University did a study looking at schools where there was high and low transmission rates. Masked schools saw a higher rate of infection than those that were non-masked. I'll send you this data. Also, Dr. Jay Bucciari out of Stanford, along with the other 4 physicians, all looked at the data. They are medical physicians. Dr. Bucciari is a epidemiologist at Stanford. He is also a director of Stanford's Center of Demography and Economics of Health and Aging, and is an associate of National Bureau of Economic Research. So with all due respect, Councilman Miller, if you think that you know more than Dr. Bucciari, I would love to see your bona fides on that. However, the experts with studies to back them have shown that masking children is not effective and that COVID transmission from children to adults is negligible. So I ask you to look at the data. You're all capable. I think you did a marvelous job. I think you spoke for the community, and don't let the perfect be the enemy of good. So thank you all, and I appreciate it.
Hello, board members. My name is David Hosbein. I'm a resident of Roseville. I really appreciate your letting us hear this deliberation. Specifically, Rick Miller, if you mentioned specifically that you had a problem stating that masks do not prevent transmission. If you have an N95 mask in a surgical setting, they use them for that. That's the only one. Bandanas, cloth masks do not do that. But the most important point, everybody make this here, children are at far less than 100% of getting COVID. So the issue of having them have a mask on, they don't have COVID to give it to anybody. So you are debilitating them significantly. Hi, Bill McDonald. You need, okay. You're debilitating them significantly and for nothing. That's what is so frustrating. It's just not a healthy thing to do, and it's being done for nothing. I appreciate your listening. Thank you.
Hi, guys. So this is where the I'm not a conspiracy theorist comes in. I encourage everyone, including Mr. Miller, to read Fauci's emails that are now public knowledge on the internet for everybody to read, where he states that the virus is small and goes through the mask. I believe he was advising someone personally through an email that he probably thought nobody would ever read. Also, the CDC came out and stated that the PCR tests are faulty. And so a lot of people were showing that they had symptoms, or that they were sick, but they didn't have symptoms. Now we find out also from Fauci's emails, which I encourage you, there's over 3,000 of them on the internet, states that asymptomatic people aren't passing it along, but I believe you would tell society that in order to keep the people who aren't sick scared to be around everybody else. My children had a COVID test. They tested negative. They had to miss about 16 days of school with a small little packet that they were given. I've heard at some other schools that even when you test positive, that you get back sooner than that or whatever it is, but I think that it's crazy. I think the proof has come out that everything is faulty, everything is wrong. Dr. Fauci doesn't know jack. And I encourage you to do some real research. I'm not trying to insult you, but I think some people are living just in this small bubble, fed this propaganda. There's a whole world happening out there. We don't need to use children as a pawn. They're children. Let them be children. I encourage you to do some real research, and I think that this letter should go through the way that it's written. Thank you.
Mr. Miller especially, we want to stand up to Sacramento. We are tired of being forced by their edicts. We want to represent Rocklin locally. We want to speak against them. What does a letter do? What's the point of a letter? It's just to say, we are tired of your edicts down to our community. You don't speak for us. So we're asking you to speak for us. Send a letter to Sacramento. This is not a binding contract that we are going to fight every legal battle. It is a message to Sacramento to say all the things that you have just expressed that you agree with. You do not want to see students go back next year in the same manner they went this year. Send a letter to Sacramento to say, we want to represent Rocklin. We are representing Rocklin. We want to be in charge of our own district. We want to make our own decisions. The state of emergency is not a state of emergency anymore. Gavin Newsom is holding on to power much longer than necessary, and we need to push back. And we are asking you, the board in our district, to push back against them. And sending a letter is the first sign. We want you to knock that letter on their doorstep. Thank you very much.
Any more?
President Counter, there are a couple written comments.
Okay. We'll take a few minutes, read the written comments, and then Tiffany will. Okay. read through those, good, so. Julie, you ready? Okay.
Okay, I want to take a second. I want to rein it back in to clarify my intent here. Trustees, my intent is for us to hopefully move forward all together. That would be ideal. It would be ideal for us to come up with a letter that we all can support, considering the comments made tonight, that we all are concerned with continued mask usage, wanting to make it optional. Let me clarify that. I'm for options. I just want parents to have the options. So I feel as though that the letter was clear on that. However, I don't have a problem going paragraph by paragraph. If there's wording, general statements that we want to adjust, totally open to that. I do want to keep the heart of the letter the same. And I do feel like I spent extensive time working with 2 legal counsels to confirm the many resources that I used in the letter. And so part of the intent of coming to this board meeting, per previous conversation, our previous board meeting, was that I would prepare the letter ahead of time for us to all have time to look at and come ready to agree to the letter or request changes. So if there are changes, I want us to take a second, take a deep breath, look back at the letter, and I'm okay going paragraph by paragraph and striking some things out if that will help, as long as it keeps the intent of what we're trying to communicate. If that's not the intent of making changes, I so then would motion that we move forward with the letter as is. But my desire first would be for us to spend a little time to try to fix this letter, because I think that is in the benefit of our students. I actually think it's in the benefit of our entire community if we're on the same page with this letter.
So I appreciate it. So let's just keep being totally transparent, and so because it'll make it much easier. So I'm all for that, but to be clear, my this is so hard. So to be clear, my concern is around, in many ways, the tone of the letter, which I find accusatory and starts with the notion that someone's trying to hurt our kids, that Dr. Gailey's trying to hurt our kids. That's my impression. So it will be through that spirit. So for instance, the final thing that says, we respectfully request that you either provide the data and science that supports universal masking of children, or you lift the mandates. Again, which implies very clearly there's zero science of which they're looking at, Dr. Gailey. I find that you're causing, anyway. So that's the kind of thing I would love to go through. And if we can remove that kind of language and keep the spirit of, we don't think what we want to say, we think masks are harmful to education of kids, or we think quarantine hurts kids, and we want to see it go away if medically appropriate, I'm all on board.
Okay, how do you suggest we reword it?
So do you want me to, I can do one of two things. I mean, I wrote something, I can just sort of say that, but it's not, it's really hard to do this from the dais, so I don't know how you want to do it. So if you want, I guess we could go through line by line. I have a...
Because I will say, to this point, I don't feel CDPH themselves has shared their data and science that they're working off of. So my request is, I'm not saying that it's not there.
It's on their website, very clear. You may disagree with the thing, but it's clearly there. They've clearly said why they made the decisions. Again, you can disagree with it, but it's not accurate to say they haven't shown it.
I would love to hear the proposal you have for changes on the letter.
Okay, so I'm wondering if, technically the best way to do this. On the fly on the board? Well, no, there's just no way we can do that. So maybe what we do is get a motion for this, move the agenda item, get a second on it, and then we can deliberate. I can offer an amendment on it. The amendment can be voted on or not, and if the amendment is voted down, then we'll go forward with what's there. I mean, I'm open to going line by line.
What's your motion, to amend the letter? Or to send a letter?
No, I will make a motion to amend the motion with a different letter, and then I'll read a suggestion.
Why wouldn't we just talk right now in the spirit of working together to fix the letter?
Okay.
Because I haven't motioned, the letter goes as is.
Yeah,
I brought a letter to the dais as I was asked for us to discuss.
No, I was actually doing it as a way to follow Robert's. Okay, all right. So what I would recommend is something in the thing of, we would send a letter to say, there is no doubt that wearing masks and quarantining healthy students is not preferable or ideal from a learning standpoint. It is our goal to provide in-person instruction with as little distraction as possible while protecting the health and safety of our students. Therefore, we would urge CDPH to remove or minimize all healthy student quarantining and mask wearing to the extent possible, given all we know about the spread of the disease. So that would be my recommendation, which is, again, I think very clear, the spirit of what you're trying to, and I think we can all agree on that. And this is a letter to the state, very clearly stating our position, very clearly stating, as they write their guidance, that we want to take into consideration that we think from an educational perspective, we want them not to include that. And I think it's clearly stated in there. So I'm sorry, I'm a Robert's Rules guy, so I just want to do this technically correct. I will move that as a motion that we send a letter to that extent.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Are you saying send that short version instead of the other one? Or add it?
No, instead of, because this says what we're trying to say.
I don't feel that it says what we're trying to say. I think a year ago, 6 months ago, that would have been a great letter. I think right now it's important to show that we're very serious about this. And I do think it's important that we make it clear why we're serious and that we show, because oftentimes I think boards request, demand things without clarifying why.
Yep.
And so that's why I included what I included in it. Are there paragraphs or concerns you have? I guess I'm confused. That's a complete striking of the whole letter to me, to replace it with
Yeah,
3
because I
sentences.
didn't know how to do that other than rewriting on the, which I guess I'm willing to sort of do. We'll be here all night, so, yeah, I mean, I guess too, like, the concern is that so, for instance, it says, in contrast to California's strict requirement that children wear masks during all group, in contrast to California's strict requirement that children wear masks during all group activities, including during exercise and
All
while
right, can you tell me what paragraph you're on? I'm trying to follow you, Rick.
Second page, it starts in contrast. Do you see that? It's about halfway down the page. In contrast to California's strict requirement that children wear masks during all group activity, including during exercise and while playing sports. My son played high school Rocklin soccer. He did not wear a mask. Derek's son played football. He did not wear a mask. This is not true. So the notion of an education board sending a letter that is not factual, I think is inappropriate. And so it's through, and this is an example. So I just, anyway, yeah.
So your concern is that not all athletes are having to mask, is that correct?
I'm concerned that very specifically says they must, and that's not true. It says California's requirement that children wear masks during all group activities. It says it as a fact. It's not a fact.
So that could easily be changed to, or while at recess.
So, again, that is one example. And so, okay, all right. I don't know, because there's no motion on the table. I'm not sure how you.
We can edit on the fly, I guess. I guess we can throw it out and we can say, hey, here's how I would rewrite it, or here's how I would strike this, add this, and then I'm assuming.
I want to not waste everybody's time. If the intent is, hey, let's go through and look at a few of those pieces, I'm good with you. Let's go through that. And okay, we want to change that word for recess. I'm good with that. If the intent is, hey, we don't like this letter, let's do something completely different, I think we might be on different pages.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I've told you my intent. If my intent was just to kill it, I would have voted no. It would have been very easy. So that's definitely not my intent. But my intent is to narrow down to what we do agree on, and only what we agree on. That is that's a fair way to say that is absolutely my intent.
Any of the sources that I've listed, are you wanting to keep, or are you wanting to strike all 12 of them?
No, I don't think, but I mean, I do think it's just one of those really hard things, because you only, like the only medical expertise you call out here is WHO, I can't remember, and UNICEF, who both publicly state you should wear masks. Not for you under 5, I agree, but they clearly say you should wear masks. You could look, I'll show you the website, they do. So, again, and
So it's the statements regarding the medical experts, so.
No, this is, like, what you've stated is correct. It is absolutely correct for under 5, but I find it misleading, because it's not a correct statement of their entire position. So again, that's where I don't know how we can, you'll probably not agree with me, so there I would remove that because I don't think it's, or I would include that they also say, because again, it's getting a thing, or that's why I went with this, which is again, I think something we can agree. I've said that, so I'm repeating myself.
Besides that paragraph, the concerns, let's look at the first page. Our essentially constitutional mandate, SB 98. Do you have concerns with those?
Well, I do. So I have a concern I mentioned in paragraph 2 that we believe the quarantine of healthy students presents unnecessary harm. I don't believe that. The next paragraph, SB 9, it is that once 2020 school year ended, SB 9 is no longer in effect. The authority to provide distance learning to students who are self-quarantined because of COVID is removed. Our legal counsel told us that that's likely very, very not true. That we know as a fact they're working on trailer bill language. We know as a fact they're going to continue distance learning. So I find this purposely misleading by saying it implies, unquestionably, it implies to me that we cannot offer distance learning next year. That's just not accurate to the
Under
way
SB 98, it is true. So our
I
legal
understand that. So I know it's
letter
techni-
did go through legal. Well, I do want to make sure we have a good. Not
Technically
everybody
true,
gets
but
to sit in our legal counsel conversations.
Right.
So our legal counsel has previewed this letter. It is accurate. So I understand what you're saying, but SB 98, if we do not receive new guidance, is outdated.
Totally, and this is my point though, Tiffany, is I think it's technically accurate, purposely misleading, and that's my concern. Because yes, that is absolutely technically accurate, but it misses the point that there's a trailer bill going through right now that is gonna pass, and is gonna include trailer bill language, and we all can agree. And if we, so the point of this paragraph is it makes the assumption that's not gonna happen, and it is.
No, the point of that paragraph is to say why we need new updated guidance that we have not yet received, that we may not possibly receive until right at the beginning of the school year. This is not a new issue. This is not something new to CDPH. This is not something new. They know that there are districts throughout the entire state of California that are trying to make decisions right now. And if we don't have information soon, we are unable to clearly communicate to our parents.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and I'm totally up for including that. I couldn't agree more that it has to come immediately, as soon as possible, because we have to work with our parents. I totally agree with that. So rather than keep doing this, so I just gave you 2 or 3 examples. Are you willing to strike those? And again, if you're not, it's okay. Let's just not be here all night then. Just say it, and it's okay, and we'll move on. But if you are, then it's worth going through this.
Yeah, because nothing in the letter is not truly factual. The athletics one, I'll talk with you on that one. Okay, I get that. I'm in that to recess. I know we can go round and round all night. Gosh, I so do want to work together, but the response back with a 3-4 sentence of, hey, please give us updated guidance. My concern is not, please just give us updated guidance when you feel like it.
Yeah.
My concern is the guidance you have is arbitrary. We are sending healthy students home.
I agree.
And so I just, I don't want to make this painful on any of us. I don't want to ruin relationship. However, this is a very real issue that I want us to leave tonight with a letter altogether. But if it also sounds like, hey, you're not willing to work with me on some of these pieces of, I want education code talked about. Yes, I want our CDPH to hear from me as a board member that I'm being put in a very difficult situation, that I feel like I am possibly in conflict with Cal Ed Code. And I have 2 legal counsels that tell me that is an accurate case to make. And so to strike that, yeah, I can't do that, because my stance is not just, hey, we need this new guidance soon so we can make a decision. My stance is the guidance you gave us is not right. It's not. And so I request, I demand that you give me new guidance back. Otherwise, if the new guidance that comes back still continues in these 2 areas, we haven't done our due diligence to fight for our kids, to fight for our parents and say, this is everything our legal counsels are telling us. Here you go. And those that have asked, well, how much is this going to cost us? Nothing. I spent all of my own time on this. I worked with legal counsels that were willing to work with, well, okay, I shouldn't say nothing.
It didn't cost
We
us
have our, okay, I'll retract that. I did have to meet with our legal counsel.
And legal counsel had to write a brief for us, and they had to come to us, so it absolutely did cost us money. It's okay, but it did cost us money.
Okay, okay.
And I'm not arguing that, but it did cost us money.
President Counter, where are you at on this issue?
Hang on, folks. So, again, I like the intent. I would love to have, all of us together, so it is a board document. I think there are some sentences or some phrases that can be reworded, tweaked a little to make everyone a part of it. So I would love to get to that point. I don't want to spend, and it's kind of weird, I don't want to spend all night, strike through and go and edit on the fly. I'd love to sit down and hash through it, but I get that I don't want to say, hey, to the community, hey, trust us, it'll be there tomorrow, and we walk away. So I'm in for the letter. If we can all, before we all walk out of here at some point, call it midnight, whatever, but, as of today, if we end the meeting and we all agree, we're going to sit down there, we're going to work through it, and at, call it 11:59, the letter goes. I'm cool with that. I would just love to have everyone on the same page or as close to we can. If we have to, and I don't, speaking for everybody, I hope we don't have to, well, you need to say this and not was and should and shall, because I don't like the legal aspect of all that stuff. I think the intent is, hey, we want the kids back. We did a great job getting them back. We don't need the masks. We want updated guidance immediately. And we want it to, not have a mask mandate. We don't want to quarantine kids. We don't want to have to, pull them off for exposure and all that stuff. How we communicate that out, whether it be 5 sentences, 5 paragraphs, and all the reference part, let's get it to a point where we can say, hey, here's the letter we're going to do. We all say we approve, and we move forward. That's what I'd love to get to. Now, if we have to do that in public, we're going to spend time. If we can move along with the agenda, and again, I appeal to the community. If you can trust that we'll sit down, and at 11:59 or before that, we all have something that we write on. And if not, if there's only a 4-1, a 3-2, whatever vote, it goes as it goes. I'm cool with that. Sorry, I shouldn't say go ahead. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I thank you for that. I get that. I guess I just don't see the difference of right now or after everybody leaves and going through it. My concern, right, is if we're so far apart on the letter, I just don't know if we're going to get there. I want to be real with you. Again, if we weren't at a deadline of kids coming back to school that second week of August, I'd say, hey, yeah, let's send an initial letter and then send another and send another. But that's not where we're at. Right now, we are waiting on guidance to come back. And the state has shown in the past that at times they do listen when people come. And there are many other boards that are listening and watching too. And I want them to know part of my stance is not everybody's going to love everything I say. And I get that. And not everybody's going to love every decision I make. And I'm sure I have 10, 15, 20, 100 emails in my email box right now. But I cannot allow that to, one, stop me from doing what I truly believe is the right thing. But two, from taking a stance on something and saying, hey, this is what we're being presented. These are the handcuffs that we have. And here's the reason why. And so my intent of this letter of showing that is I'm not just arbitrarily saying I don't like this guidance. I'm trying to show them these are the reasons why. So please come back to me so I can explain to my parents why these guidelines exist. Because right now, this is what I have parents showing me. And I'm listening to them going, you're right. You're right. And they don't have a forum to speak to CDPH like we do. They can write their own letters, but there is also something about their elected officials going, listen, this is what my parents are telling me. So, and I get, Rick, that there might be a variety, right? That's why I actually tried really hard to keep out personal opinion. Obviously, somebody writing an opinion is going to come. I'm willing to look at it and go, okay, we want to reword that last sentence, let's do it. The athletics one, you want to strike that or replace it with recess? Hey, I'm totally good with that. I wonder to pause this right now and say, hey, we'll get you a letter by the time everybody wakes up in the morning. I just don't know what difference that is, to be honest. So I don't want to look like, well, I'm just not I want to work together. I do. I want to come up with a letter, but I want a letter that is explaining this is what I know to be true of what I'm shown. And if there's something that is factually inaccurate, please let me know, because I'm shocked 2 legal counsels didn't find something factually inaccurate. Then let's talk about that and striking that. But to completely change the sense of the letter of please give us new guidance as soon as possible, we know they're going to give us new guidance. We know new guidance is coming. We want to influence the new guidance that's coming. So that's my intent behind this letter.
I'm willing to sit here. I'm willing to work. I'm willing to stay. We can, I mean, you know, it's not just up to me, but I don't have to get up for work in the morning, so.
I kind of feel like we did. Like, we already got to a place where I'm not coming, because I do think that is misleading. And I think Tiffany clearly said it needs to stay. So I kind of feel like we did. I mean, right above the last paragraph on the first page, the last clause above the last paragraph. It is arguable that once the school year ended, SB 9 is no longer in effect. The authority to provide distance learning to students or self-quarantine because of exposure is removed. And again, technically correct. I think it is misleading because it will not be removed. They're going to do a trailer bill that is going to put it back.
Do you hear my heart of, I'm not trying to be misleading. I'm telling them, this is why I need you to give me new guidance immediately.
I do hear you saying that, but I guess I'd ask you to hear me, that you're asking me to sign a letter that doesn't say that, and doesn't say, like, they're not going to read your heart, they're going to read the letter.
So
And
what, I think this is the process, though. If you're looking at this and you're saying, this is unacceptable, I can't sign off on this, how would you change it? I think she's open to, how would you change it to make it not misleading?
So I would remove it, because again, unless I'm misunderstanding, the point of it is saying that distance learning is not going to be possible. And that's your concern.
My concern is what currently has been enacted. SB 98 was meant for the 2021 school year. And so if we do not receive new guidance specifically in that area, we actually cannot quarantine children at home because we will not have a distance learning option.
So I would recommend that we strike that entire thing and say, we need guidance right away for it. What you just said, you actually believe. What you just said, that's what I would put in there.
Strike the last sentence or the whole paragraph?
No, I think it was the only last sentence there. I was starting with AB 86, so the last sentence.
I'll amend the last sentence. Okay, any others? I know you had a concern with the athletics.
So wait, right above that, so it's quarantining healthy students and assigning them only homework as a removal from education without due process in violation of a constitutional due process protection. I want to be clear, you're not saying it could be, it would be, you're saying it is as a fact. I do not believe that to be a fact in any way, and I don't believe.
Okay,
I'm
sorry,
not a
wait, where did
lawyer.
you jump?
Sorry, it's the very last sentence of the first page. Starts quarantining.
Let me go back. So the paragraph SB 98, the last sentence we want to amend to what we just talked about, and we can rewind the tape to hear what it was, but I think we had an agreement there, right?
Yeah.
So do I need to write it right now, or like we can rewind and get like the wording on there?
I mean, technically, if we're going to vote on it, we have to know what the language is that we're going to vote on, so. But I'm fine if you want to go back and pull it from the minutes. I mean, I really am. We can vote on that and say language from the minutes, yeah. Totally cool with that.
Yeah, I was good with that sentence. That's fine. Okay, so moving on to the next one. Quarantining healthy students, what was the concern there?
Quarantining healthy students and assigning them only a homework as a removal from the education without due process in violation of constitutional due process protections. I think that is a opinion statement that is stated as a fact. And I'm not a lawyer. I don't know, but I certainly cannot make that statement. Yeah, so and again, so then the whole thing, due process required before a deprivation of right if a student receives, I'm fine with saying all that, that's just a fact when we explain what due process is.
So you want to strike the sentence, the quarantining, so it would read instead, due process is required, and it would continue on all the way through yada yada. If a student receives due process to be removed from a school site for 1 to 5 days, then removing a student for 10 to 14 days without misconduct arguably imputes a greater due process right to education.
Yeah, and to be clear, okay, you good with that then? Then I won't be clear if you're good with that.
Yeah, that still keeps the intent.
Okay. Quarantine protocols are outdated and arbitrary, could not agree more, and not based on any scientific study. I just could not disagree more with that. And that demonstrates quarantines reduce school or community transmission. It's not based on any scientific study that demonstrates quarantines reduce school or community transmission. Maybe you're getting caught up on the technical word quarantine here, but there is plenty of studies that say distancing and keeping folks apart, that if you have it or you've been exposed, keeping you apart does slow down the spread.
So I'm talking about quarantining of healthy children.
Right, we're saying the same thing.
Can we just add in healthy children? Quarantine protocols are
No,
outdated.
we need to take, I would need to take it not based on a scientific study that demonstrates quarantines reduce school or community transmission. So if you want to, so actually that's the only thing I object to. So quarantine protocols are outdated and arbitrary, period. And again, I'm also going to cover the next one. Healthy students or close contact are being denied in person as a violation of Ed Code 43504. I'm not prepared to make that statement. But if you want to say quarantine protocols are outdated and arbitrary, and while each district responded to these close contact quarantines differently, several fundamental problems exist, I'm all good with that. So it'd be after arbitrary through the Ed Code.
How come you would take out healthy students subject to close contact quarantines are being denied in-person education?
Okay, I'm okay to say that. I won't say a violation of Ed Code 43. If you want to just say that, I'm all good. I'm totally fine with that.
Say it again, Julie.
Healthy students subject to close contact quarantines are being denied in-person education.
That is absolute fact and true.
Can we source Ed Code 43504? Drop it as a source?
Yeah, as long as we don't say it's violating it as a statement of fact. Absolutely. I'm even uncomfortable saying which concerns us under Ed Code 450. I just don't want to say it violates it.
Okay, can you read that again? So it'd say healthy students subject to close contact quarantines are being denied in-person education, comma, which concerns us.
In regards to
to Ed Code. Beautiful. Agreement.
Okay. All right, is Roger, you're doing this? Okay, all right.
Otherwise, we're going to have a lot of fun replaying this later.
So the next that starts in addition to these arbitrary close contacts, and actually I'm getting somewhat close. In addition to these arbitrary close contact quarantine guidelines, CDPH's continued masking of children causes unnecessary harm and is inconsistent with data surrounding transmission among children. I just disagree with that entire sentence.
How come?
There is plenty. First of all, the problem is we don't define children in this letter. So we are a K-12 institution, and so I'm thinking of all of our kids. And so there is plenty of data that shows if you didn't wear a mask at high school, it did spread. They've shown that. So anyway. So that's what. So that again, if you wanted to say.
What would you be comfortable saying?
Again, I disagree that it's, this was going to be really hard for me, this entire thing, because I don't think it's unnecessary harm. I do agree that they need to think differently, and ultimately this is where I'm going to, like, so I mean, someone sort of set up and said, look, I'm not claiming it. In other words, I'm not a doctor. And so saying unnecessarily harming, that's a statement I'm just not prepared to make. I mean, and again, I actually believe I believe the people who are making these guidelines are not trying to harm kids. I believe that firmly. And so they're not, and so they're doing this in what they think is the best interest of kids. So to say they're unnecessary harming, I think I wouldn't be comfortable.
I see what you're saying. I think my concern and what I'm trying to communicate there is with a lack of choice, it could be a harm because there's no longer an option for children that have things like a stutter or a child that has social emotional concerns. There's not a choice or an option at a local level. So if there's a way we can communicate that, I'm with you.
Yeah, so I think, so this would be, I think, a replacement of that. And so what you're saying is there's two different ways of saying that. So one, I would be co-coming one. The notion of choice, like it's just anyone's choice, I'm not comfortable with that because I don't know the science behind that. The notion that there are certain kids with with medical reasons why they cannot and that they should not have to, and that our guidance should be updated to include that, totally supportive of that.
So we might have a bigger disagreement here. So is the concern you only want people that have a medical reason to not be masked to be excluded from having to mask? Or are we on the same page that we would appreciate guidance that allows families to make the choice for their children?
So I'm saying if the medical doctors that make these decisions and decide to make the decisions believe and have research to show that in fact it is still dangerous in high schools to not mask, I don't want to send a message that says we don't care what you, the medical doctors, think. It should be a choice. I don't agree with that.
I think that's what the last sentence of the whole thing says, though, right? Like, provide data and science, which, of course, if you want to reword that, we can talk about that one. But I'm actually asking them because I do think the masking, I haven't seen from them why we are asking all students to continue to mask.
Well, when the rest of our community isn't. I mean.
Right. So I told, but in fairness to them, they said they're working on it. They said, we just came out, this is the first night. We've never done it. It just came out tonight, right? So they're working on it now, and they're trying to move in that direction. So I do, and I appreciate your saying I don't believe they're going to, and you actually have good data to believe that, and I'm totally with you on that. But, yeah, so. Yeah. So, go ahead, Derek, what are you going to say?
Yeah, I was just saying, that's one sentence. Do we want to continue and come back to that, or is
Okay,
that the?
okay. One minor thing is you spelled out in the next thing, you spelled out World Health Organization, and then you didn't spell out what UNICEF stands for. So we should, no, I mean, in other words, it would be consistent. We should just say, because UNICEF, I don't know, I am assuming you're referring to the United Nations Children's Fund, but I don't know if that's what you're referring to. Do you know if that's what you're referring to? I don't mean it that way. I mean, do you know where it came from?
If you'd like them both spelled out, we can spell them both out.
Is it the United Nations Children? Is that what it is? It is, okay, yeah. So I just think we should, just so we're clear that that's what it is. Okay, in contrast to government strict requirements. Oh yeah, the next one is the sports, so I would recommend that we just take that out.
I really like that sentence, if we could just change playing sports to recess, because that is a big one on school campuses, that the kids are running around, exercising, sweating, playing, and.
In contrast to government strict requirement that children wear masks during all group activities, including during exercise and recess?
And while playing at recess.
And while playing at recess, great.
Is that okay, Tiffany? Okay.
Great.
I agree.
And so again, this is, so now if you look at the third to last paragraph on this page, it says a year ago.
Wait, real quick, are you good on the mask wearing paragraph?
Yep.
Okay.
A year ago, we did not know now about COVID-19. You see that? You with me? Okay. Then the next sentence is, numerous studies have shown that children are simply less likely to transmit and less likely to get symptomatic COVID-19 than adults. Actually. Yeah, I guess I can live with that, again, because the problem is it's actually not likely when you get to older high school kids. They actually are likely, but less likely. Never mind. I take it back. That's accurate. No, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Then, again, this is just, it's a semantics thing where I just don't agree with the semantics. The benefits of mask wearing for children are questionable at best. I don't think they're questionable, and certainly not at best. So I would remove that, because again, I think it's a, yeah, I would remove it.
Okay, I'm with you. How would we reword it?
I would just take out that one paragraph.
The paragraph or the sentence?
Well,
The
paragraph
difficulty
itself.
for me of taking out that paragraph is I do believe it's important that we address 70% of California adults have now been vaccinated, and a large percentage of
Fair enough.
Californians have recovered from a naturally acquired infection, which is shown to provide sustained immunity.
Great.
So is there a way we can leave that second portion in?
What if we just struck up until when, capitalized M under more, and just said more than 70% of California adults have now been vaccinated, a large percent of Californians have recovered from naturally acquired. Yeah, I'm all good with that. Great. Okay, then second to last paragraph, our local conditions do not warrant the continued close contact quarantining and masking of healthy children. Again, I can't make that determination. I think our Placer County Health absolutely should. And if they say that, I'm all on. But the notion that I can make that our local condition not, I'm not a health expert to make that statement. Do you know where I am, Tiffany?
It does say in consultation with county health officials. Am I in the same place as
So let me
you?
read it out.
So
But
I understand if your concern is a standalone sentence. I think if you can reread the whole paragraph, does that change things for you? So, for example, where it says, school districts must be given the discretion to create and implement the reopening plans in consultation with the county health official and incorporating recommended mitigation measures to the extent feasible and applicable to local conditions. You're good with that? You just want the next sentence striked?
Correct.
Okay, let me read it again for a second.
But I don't think we need that. The point's made, right? Okay.
I don't think it changes the meaning if we take out that one sentence. Actually, I think it makes it stronger if we take out that one sentence.
Because then you go right to please return
Yeah.
control back to the counties and the districts themselves. So you say applicable local health conditions, and then you go right to please return local control back to counties and districts themselves to determine mitigation measures consistent with local conditions. Okay.
The only way I'd be good with it is if our letter is clear that our local conditions don't warrant continued quarantining and healthy children. So I'm trying to see if that's somewhere else in the letter, so I feel comfortable striking it from that paragraph. If you can give me a minute, I can get back to you.
Although, I think my point is that they change. And so you're right. Best I can tell right now, we're fine. But when we open in August, it could be different.
But we're dating the letter as of June 17th, 2021. That's the intent.
I see. So you want to say as of, like, today.
Like current local conditions show.
Today, our local conditions do not warrant.
And actually, because they change, that's a good reason to have local control, because they change differently than they change in San Francisco or
Although
LA.
this is a place where we may disagree, which is, when you say local control, I agree Placer County. I don't agree Rocklin and Roseville should have different, I do believe Placer County in terms of the medical experts saying whether it's safe, I think that, but I do.
I think we're all on the same page there, because the letter, I intentionally put that we would work with our county officials,
and
because
I
I do
totally
think
agree
that's
with that.
important. We're not medical professionals.
Right.
I'm not asking, I'm sure I already have 20 emails that say you don't believe in science. I 100% believe in science. My degree is actually from UC Davis. I actually was a biological sciences major, okay? So I do believe in the science. I didn't mean for that to be it. The point being, I'm just trying to let them know, I could only imagine an entire state. I'm not trying as a board member to say, hey, let me tell you what I think is right. I do want the permission that our permissive ed code gives us as board members to work with our local officials and our local experts, because I do believe it's time now to not have our state under the exact same guidance, but to allow counties to work with their local professionals, because our conditions might be very different than LA, for example.
What I said.
Our current, and then I'm just throwing current between our.
Would it work if I say our current local conditions?
The problem, again, we're in I believe that. I just don't know if that's true. It just worries me because I'm not a health expert.
Have some faith.
All right.
Okay, then give me a minute.
Okay.
Give me a minute. I'll look back through the whole letter, and as long as that point is, oh.
Okay.
I think we got one more. It's the in conclusion part, right? I'm trying to read off your highlights.
So I would say, in conclusion, we respectfully request that you work to lift these mandates for schools. And take out.
Can we put immediate in there? Because I think we want to
Yeah,
stress that
absolutely.
we want to get this done.
Absolutely.
You say it again.
So the last sentence will now read, in conclusion, we respectfully request that you immediately work to lift these mandates for schools.
There is an interest in the data, though. You're saying we don't ask for the data because it's already on their websites?
Yeah, I mean.
I'm with you, actually. Oh, sorry, Joe.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Julie. I don't know. Right, I think this, that you either provide the data and science that supports the universal masking of children. Again, I think that they have. And again, you can disagree with it, but I think they provided it. So again, that to me is like that, as opposed to we actually want you to make a change. And also, again, I think it doesn't, if I receive a letter like that, I'm like, if you're calling me names, I'm not going to, but if you're actually trying to help me get in a better place, I'm going to listen to you. And so I think it actually is more, it's better for an advocacy perspective as well.
I hear you. I actually like it better. I'm going to give you that one. I like it better because my intent of the letter is that they immediately lift the mandates. So as long as we're clear, my concern and hesitation was I would like to close out the letter with the exact mandates we're asking them to lift. Because I know when somebody writes me an email, I don't want to have to sift through. I want the very first sentence and the very last sentence to say what action I'm asking you to take. So if there's a way where it says, you know, whatever wording you want to use, but I don't know, were you okay with in conclusion or whatever you're good with there, I'm fine. But something to the extent of, in conclusion, we ask that you immediately lift the mandates of.
I prefer the we respectfully request. I like that better.
Yeah, so I had a specific word in there that's gonna, may after all this work, make it impossible. But like, I'm actually not willing to say lift the mandate, because again, I feel like they are medical experts. I am absolutely willing to say we want you to work toward doing that. We think educationally it's better. But to say simply you must lift the mandate, I don't feel in a position to make that. Like, they are looking at a lot of stuff and they are experts. I'm not.
But are we asking for local control? Because I am not asking them to just say willy-nilly, everybody do whatever you want. We're saying this, the paragraph right before is saying, please allow us to work with our local officials, health officers. So that sentence is essentially saying, please lift a statewide mandate that prevents us from working with our local public officials.
That's awesome.
Includes respectful request that you lift the statewide mandate that allows us to work with local officials.
Beautiful deal.
All in.
Can you wait, please repeat that so I can, sorry, you all move fast.
And Roger.
Lift the statewide mandate that prevents us from working with our local county.
Our local county, what do you want it to say there, Rick?
That's it.
Local
A local
experts.
county public health department.
County public health experts.
county.
Not with our local county supervisor, like in other words.
No.
Not
It
local,
has to
not
be
local
public
elected
health,
politicians.
yeah.
Health experts, which I'm not.
We're saying work with?
Yeah, I don't remember what we said. Yeah, but work with, in the context of we request that you lift the statewide mandate to allow us to work with local county public health. Or to, if you want to be stronger than work with, like, be directed by, I don't know, whatever.
So I don't want it to be directed by.
Okay.
That was my concern with the statement. I want to make sure it's clear that we're working with. As long as it's working with, I'm good with that.
Okay.
May I reread that back?
Yes, please.
In conclusion, we respectfully request that you immediately lift the statewide mandate that prevents us from working with our local county public health experts.
Wait, say it one more time, Roger, I'm sorry.
In conclusion, we respectfully request that you immediately lift the statewide mandate that prevents us from working with our county public health experts.
I don't know that it prevents us, and allow us to work. And allow us to work directly with our.
Yeah.
That, yeah. Or would it be?
We could just say nothing, local public health.
You want officials?
Who defines
Local public
experts?
health, yeah, officials.
Sorry, I know it's semantics, but semantics mean a lot when you're in this seat. I'm sorry, Roger, can you read it one more time?
In conclusion, we respectfully request that you immediately lift the statewide mandate and allow us to work with our county public health.
Officials, I think you said, Roger.
That's what I said, yeah, officials, that was the,
Oh, that was what was not okay.
yeah, so it was
I
our,
see.
with our local, with our county public health, and then we had experts, but then you were looking for a word, officials.
Officials okay, Tiffany?
Sorry, I know it's one sentence, but it's a strong sentence, and it needs to convey exactly what we're saying. So we're saying we want this to have control at a local level, to look at our local measures, to make the best decisions for our district, working with local public health.
Yeah, no, I think what you said. So we're gonna work with public health to make the.
I think the sentence was good if you end officials on the end.
Okay, let me reread it one more time. In conclusion, we respectfully request that you immediately lift the statewide mandate and allow us to work with our county public health officials.
Okay, stone me. Here's my concern. Right now, our county public health officials are under the directive of CDPH. Is that clear that they're allowed to assess our local condition? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what, like I said, that we work with county public health officials, am I saying, to do what? So to allow us, and I'm gonna say this wrong, but like, to allow us to govern our group, our way, like, to allow us to make decisions that are best for Rocklin Unified School District kids, something like that. Is that?
I just want to be careful we're not writing this whole letter to then just hear, well, CDPH is saying this, and local public health gets their orders from CDPH. Otherwise, then there's no point in what we're doing. But if that last sentence is conveying, we want to work with our local public health officials to determine the best decision for our district, I'm on board.
So to determine the best decision.
Well, we did say lift the mandate. So as long as lift the mandate is in there, then I'm good. So then I'm not hearing this, I just don't want this ball being passed back and forth to me, going, well, yeah, go ahead and just hear the same order from them. Then there is no point.
Fair, so I think we're asking to lift the mandate immediately, but I think that last part that you said, as talking on speaker, I apologize, to make the best decisions for the, you said it right, I'm not saying, I don't say it right, it was.
I think we're good. Didn't you say we're good?
Can you read it one more time?
Sure. In conclusion, we respectfully request that you immediately lift the statewide mandate and allow us to work with our county public health officials.
I'm saying
No, we're good.
This is to work with, not receive direction from.
Okay. So I think we're square, the only thing.
Now we're back to the one we
Go back
couldn't.
to the, in addition, no, yeah. So on the second page, apologize. On the second page, in addition to these arbitrary close contact quarantine guidelines, CDPH continued masking of children causes unnecessary harm and is inconsistent with the data surrounding transmission among children. And that's where we were hung up.
Looking at the last sentence again.
I was just confirming that it was allowing us to make our own decisions with our public health officials. Great. Did you have a recommendation, Rick, on that one sentence?
Yeah, I would want to remove it, because I can't, in neither clause, I'm not comfortable saying masking children causes unnecessary harm. I think there's a reason for it. I think it should go, we should back off on it, but it doesn't, it's not unnecessary, I guess is my main point. There's a very clear medical reason for it, and we can work towards saying we need to move off of it, but I don't believe it's unnecessary. So maybe it's unnecessary.
Okay, would you say something to the extent of, we are concerned of and maybe don't use the word harm, feel free to replace the word harm, we are concerned about the.
Wearing a mask distracts from learning, 100% I'm with you.
Okay, we're getting there. A little stronger for me.
Which again is
learning.
what we should be saying.
Yes,
we're educated.
Yeah,
we
I'm
should
not
be
interested
talking
in
about
making medical.
whether
yeah.
medically harmed. We should be talking about the educational impact, and so that it impedes learning. I believe that surely to be true, and we should say that.
With you 100%. I'm good there. I'm not interested in making a medical decision. I'm trying to say, hey, as a board member, my students are struggling to learn with a mask on. So unless absolutely medically necessary, I request that you please change that. So something along the lines of, we are concerned that continued mandated mask learning or mask wearing, because I'm still good with choice if people want to. So we are concerned that continued mandated universal mask wearing impedes learning and something about social emotional, and then I'm good.
And affects social emotional
well-being.
Or you're afraid that then I'm making a statement, okay, impedes learning, period. We can agree it impedes learning.
Right.
Can you please restate that?
So in addition to these arbitrary close contact guidelines, CDPH's continued masking of children causes.
I was just saying impedes.
It may
We are
masking of children
concerned.
impede, in addition to the arbitrary close contact quarantine guidelines, we are concerned CDPH's continued masking of children impedes their learning, period.
Can you say it one more time? Sorry.
In addition to these arbitrary close contact quarantine guidelines, we are concerned CDPH's continued masking of children impedes learning. Impedes
No, I
their
think
learning.
the impedes learning. I was just making sure, I'm sorry, one more time, I'm missing the middle part.
In addition to these arbitrary close contact quarantine guidelines, we believe CDPH's continued masking of children impedes their learning.
We believe or we are concerned that?
I didn't write it down, so you tell me which one you want. We are concerned? I'm good either way.
In addition to these arbitrary close contact guidelines, we are concerned that CDPH's continued masking of children impedes learning.
Works for me. I would say, yeah, that works for me. I motion to approve the letter
As it's been revised.
as it's been revised.
Second.
We have a second.
Wait, sorry, to clarify, who signs the letter? Do I discuss that now, or is that after we approve the letter?
That can be discussed after the letter is approved because that's something.
I just have a technical thing, which is that I want to make sure, I'm sure she's going to say yes, but I just think we have an obligation to at least ask for Shelby. I mean, I'm sure she's going to say yes, but I just want to make sure that she does officially say yes, and then before all our names are added. Just 'cause she's not here.
Right, I mean, she could still, technically, she could still be a signatory to the letter because the board has approved it.
But I just want to make sure she's asked before we do. Again, I'm sure she's going to. Matter of protocol, the notion that we could vote to include her without her being here to say
So you could amend the motion to say that if she chooses to sign, then, then you would,
I have a motion. I motion to approve the letter with the amended changes. And then what if we do a second motion, or I don't know how you amend it, to say, okay, so with that motion, that it would include all signatures of all 5 board members in the event Rochelle chooses not to, then it would be signed, right? I mean, I don't know how you want me to word it.
In the event
I'll say
Rochelle
it and you
decides
tell
to
me.
choose to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
and then
chooses
boom.
to.
Done.
Well, no, because I also, in the event she doesn't, then the letter would come from President Counter on behalf of the entire board.
I'm comfortable with that. Great.
Second.
Excellent. Seconded. All right. Brenda, will you please call the roll?
Julie Hupp,
Yes.
Rick Miller,
Yes.
Tiffany Sathoff,
Yes.
Derek Counter.
Yes, motion passes.
Nice job.
Sincerely, folks, I apologize. You have to go through the process. This is the benefits and the constraints of public office and going through all this stuff. So thank you for sticking it out. Thank you for going through that. I think we will have we'll have all this written up and we'll be rock and roll ready to go, which is excellent. So now moving on to 11.2. Hang on. Is there any?
No.
Okay. Thank you. So now moving on to 11.2, action on California School Dashboard Local Indicators. Folks, you are welcome to stick around for a handful more action items, or you can move along either way, but all yours.
Thank you. Good evening, President Counter, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Stock. On June 9th, during the public hearing on the Local Control and Accountability Plan, RUSD's 2021 local indicators were shared. Local indicators cover 5 of the 8 state local control funding formula priorities. The California dashboard is set to be released in December of 2021, albeit in a modified format, after which an information item will be brought to the board covering all priority areas and RUSD's progress and outcomes to date. Tonight, staff recommends a motion to take action on the 2021 local indicators for Rocklin Unified School District.
Are there any board comments?
That was a great presentation.
Best one all night.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, given that we've seen this many, many
Yes.
times, it looks great.
Thank you.
All right.
I'll move approval.
Okay, just real quick, any public comment? All right. Is there a motion to approve the California School Dashboard Local Indicator?
Is this not on? I'm just giving you a hard time. Yes.
All right.
I move approval.
Second.
All right. Got a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Now turning to 11.3, RUSD 2021-2024 Local Control and Accountability Plan.
After extensive stakeholder engagement in the development of the local control and accountability plan for the 2021 through 2024 school years, on June 9th, the LCAP was presented at a public hearing, and a public hearing was held. No additional public comments were received requiring the superintendent to respond in writing. Additionally, no substantive changes have been made. A longer presentation was given at the June 9th board meeting. Tonight, staff recommends a motion to take action on the adoption of the 2021 through 2024 Rocklin Unified School District LCAP.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Brenda, will you please call the roll?
Julie Hupp,
Yes.
Rick Miller,
Yes.
Tiffany Sathoff,
Yes.
Derek Counter.
Yes. All right, motion passes. Now, item 11.4, 2021-22 RUSD Budget. Barbara Patterson, Deputy Superintendent of Business and Operations.
Good evening, Board President Counter, Trustees, and Superintendent Stock. Tonight, staff is asking the board to take action to adopt the 2021-22 budget as presented at the June 9th board meeting.
We're on a roll tonight. So moved.
Second.
All right. Brenda, will you please call the roll?
Julie Hupp,
Yes.
Rick Miller,
Yes.
Tiffany Sathoff,
Yes.
Derek Counter.
Yes. Motion passes. Moving through, thank you very much. All right, now information item 12.1, Communications Department Update. Chief Dosanjh?
Did you pick this time yourself?
Long awaited. Thank you for the mic
That
work,
was well
too.
played. Now for your very first presentation of the board.
Okay. Good evening, President Counter, Trustees, and Superintendent Stock. This is my first time without my mask speaking in front of you guys. So throughout the last 5 months, I hit the ground running. I spent a lot of time meeting each school principal, front office staff, visiting all 17 schools, and also building relationships and finding ways to, continue the work of representing our students, staff, and teachers, and providing a service to the families that we serve. So our department focuses on promoting and recognizing students, staff, and the community and the school achievements each school year. We also provide proactive communication with plans to address learning recovery, unhealthy air conditions, as well as free meals programs that we're continuing on this summer, and also traffic safety campaigns. We also raise awareness of district priorities such as math dual immersion, which will start in the 22-23 school year, and learning recovery and equity and inclusion. We also promote programs and services available to students, families, and staff members. So we also handle crisis communications, and we communicate these issues that disrupt our school instruction. We communicate public service announcements to our target audiences, and we also market the school district campaigns and initiatives to achieve the greatest results. We expand and enhance community engagement with our government agencies, our organizations within the community, including REEF and the City of Rocklin, the Rocklin Chamber of Commerce, and local businesses and civic groups. So the Communications Department, which is a department of one, also uses various forms of communication tools. One of them is media relations. So we secure third-party endorsements for the district and also proactive positive media coverage. We also work with our media partners to handle issues that do arise throughout the school year. And through these established relationships from the predecessor, Diana Capra, Ms. Capra transitioned those relationships to me when I first started, and she still is a resource if needed. And I also have a lot of experience with local media outlets as well as some national media outlets through my other professional experiences that I bring with me to Rocklin Unified. Through these relationships, it allows us to continue the strong relationships with the local journalists, as well as the on-camera reporters, but also the back-end reporters that actually do most of the heavy lifting. And they help us with securing positive media coverage, as well as the issue management that we, try to, not have on the news each evening. Or as they arise. Through the positive media coverage, we highlight the student successes and the school successes and teacher successes. Trustee Miller actually visited Granite Oaks Middle School when PBIS was featured by Good Day Sacramento, where Principal Holmes was on the roof for the entire school day because he was cashing in on the students winning their PBIS contest. So we also showcase learning recovery at Rucola Elementary School through Channel 3, and also the broadcasting program at Whitney High School that time and time again they bring out great products that the students produce. So we also communicate to staff and families, and this is something that the school district has focused heavily on throughout the pandemic, but it's something that we're going to continue to do. This includes school-related incidents through parent letters, also public service announcements through School Messenger. But coming up in August, and this is something that Trustee Miller brought up when I first spoke to the board almost 5 whole months ago, proactive communication to our target audiences. And this is something that I've been observing, what we have been doing and what we could do to improve that. So I did take that, and it's something that I'm very excited to let you know that starting in August, each month the Communications Department will be producing a staff-focused newsletter and a family/community-focused newsletter. So elements of those newsletters, so for the staff one, will include, district information, professional development information, internal job postings that they could apply for, and then for the family and community one, will include student opportunities such as internships or scholarship opportunities, job postings that the community should be aware about, but also other information such as LCAP information, surveys, or even from what I understand, an LCAP survey results that we received, they wanted better communication. So the newsletters will try for us to continue to reach the goal of providing transparency all around. So community engagement. So we have been building relationships through personal engagement, through meeting with school administrators, teachers, and community partners, but this continues to be an opportunity. So I actually had a long conversation with one of our partners of, meeting with different community partners within the region. So today I actually had a networking event with Placer County Office of Education and other school district, school PR professionals. And it was very, fruitful, but beneficial not only to, share ideas on a school level, but also within the region. So I will continue to build these relationships with representatives from our local government agencies, but also Trustee Southoff and Trustee Price have both participated in Leadership Rocklin, and it's something that I've been interested in. So I do plan to reach out to the Chamber of Commerce to see if that slot that they held for me is still open, because I've heard great things from you both that, and witnessing the community service that you guys did, I was impressed with it, and the relationships that you built through Leadership Rocklin is something that definitely will be beneficial. So another thing that we do is we promote the school district's initiatives and campaigns. We've developed videos such as the TK Kinder enrollment, but also the return to full day instruction on April 6th. Both of those videos, we've interviewed teachers, and we got their feedback on it. And for the April 6th one specifically, they told the viewers how best they could prepare their child and get them prepared for full day instruction from the hybrid model. Right now, we just finalized the baccalaureate program video, the primary years program at Sierra Elementary. So it's a video that we will be promoting across social media to really raise awareness that we have this amazing program at Sierra Elementary School available to anyone within Rocklin Unified that, these 3 videos support a longer campaign of re-enrollment and enrollment campaign to get people to join Rocklin Unified or come back to Rocklin Unified. So we've also been using different communication tools. So we have been using digital billboards. We used e-blast email marketing to many residents within Rocklin, as well as social media advertisements. Speaking of social media, so Rocklin Unified has a very strong presence on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, okay? And a lot of families have been relying on those channels to receive information, especially during the pandemic. So throughout the last school year and the one that we just wrapped up, there's been a social media strategy in place to communicate the district's culture, as well as promote the excellence that's been happening throughout the school district, and engage with various stakeholders to share the stories that are happening at the schools. So we've been using the hashtag RUSDProud, Spirit Fridays, District News, and Excellence in Education. So shortly after I joined Rocklin Unified, I launched an Instagram account. So a lot of people might not have seen the data, but I actually have a certification in social media marketing. And one thing that I strongly believe in is to use platforms that our families and even some of our students are on. So the younger families that are joining the district are going to be more on Instagram. And there's a couple of others that they might be on even more so, but they're not necessarily good for transparency to use those other ones. So in February, we launched Instagram, but there is an opportunity that we have to continue to do with all of our social media accounts. It's to build their audiences. And this is something that doesn't happen overnight. The pandemic caused a lot of people to follow our social media accounts to get information. And if you notice, the YouTube channel seen a huge increase in followers because of information and watching the board meetings. So increasing the audiences for Instagram will take a little bit of time, but providing the content on there to have people follow it and including it on those monthly newsletters that are going to be going out to our key target audiences is going to help with that. So I also plan to hold training sessions with our school representatives that manage their social media accounts to provide them with tips on audience engagement as well as sharing information from the top down. So like if the Whitney High School shares something, I could share it too from the district level and vice versa. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have or have any feedback.
Start there.
Sandeep, thank, oh. Oh, wait.
No, you're welcome.
By the way, you guys should have told me to have some water.
Yeah. I'd give you mine, but I do.
There's a reason I have 2 or 3 every time. Sandeep, I just want to say an official welcome. I know we've seen you. We've gotten to get to know each other a little bit. Yes, but yeah, first night without masks together, right? But Sandeep, it has been a pleasure to be out at events with you, campuses with you. You came on shortly after I did, and so I know we're kind of figuring things out as we go. But you bring great experience, and your ideas, I love them. Thank you for looking at using platforms that our families are using. Yeah. That's brilliant. Oh, now Rick's one-upping me. Come on, man. So I think that's just a perfect example of this next season, an area that we could focus on. I would love to see us focus on our communication to our families, specifically this two-way communication. Other than surveys, how can we get our parents to engage with us more? And I know a lot of that depends on them. But from what I've seen, you're creative and you come up with creative ideas. And I think that's a problem you can solve for us. And then also just a thought on, and I know we've talked about this, but we haven't really talked about it publicly. And so this is not you, Sandeep. This is just a desire, I think, of the district and our board of simple and clear communication to our families that lets them know the information they need right away so they can make decisions for their families. I think sometimes we want to give them the entire picture with all the legalities. Let's link that, and instead let's give them what do they need to know about a decision that was made, how does it affect their child, and how do they go about making decisions moving forward. But I'm super excited. You said Leadership Rocklin, and of course got me excited there. I think it would be phenomenal for you to participate. I know that's how we got to know each other a little bit more, and so thank you for spending your time coming out. I think that Saturday morning, I don't know what time you got there, but it was pretty early, I remember. So thank you, Sandeep. I look forward to seeing what you develop more. Already excited to see what you've done, and I think we have a lot of stuff ahead of us, but I feel confident that you're going to be able to really take the charge in that area, so thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. So ditto to everything Tiffany just said. And it's great to see your face, by the way. Now I know what you actually look like. It is. It's great. And then I love the idea of the newsletters and kind of coupling that with what Tiffany was saying. I know from a parent's perspective, when I get, and I know other districts that do this, when I get a newsletter that's 5 pages long, I tend to skim it rather than really looking at it. Yeah. So keeping it simple is awesome. And put 5 or 6 links to all the information that we want them to have, but keep the format of the newsletter simple would be fantastic from a family's perspective. They'll actually read it. And I love that you're joining Leadership Rocklin. That's so wonderful. Such a great link to our community. And also fabulous use of social media. I totally agree that that's where families get a lot of the information that they're getting. And your videos are excellent. Very well done. We have a great communications department. Thank you.
Thank you.
I feel like we're raising money for the Chamber of Commerce tonight. I hope they do well. So great job. I appreciate it. So I'm actually not going to say much more than what whatever he said. Dittos to what my colleague said. I completely agree. The one other thing, and I actually want to do, I appreciate you saying, you reminding what I said, because most people don't listen to me. So it was actually,
to be honest, it's something
Tony,
I
he's
think
still
about
not listening to me. Look at him
every
now.
day. I think about it
I
every
appreciate
day.
that, so thank you. Still not listening to me. Someone get him some water. All right. So, and just to build off what I say, like this notion of focusing on real communication, like PR matters, but focusing. The other way that I say is like I couldn't agree. Like you have some wonderful ideas here. Social media matters, newsletters matter, but I actually believe the most important communications we do is just the ones that are daily communications to parents. Whenever we have to communicate to parents, if I'm being honest, we don't do it very well. Let me say it right, we could do it better. And I think sometimes we actually did talk as a board. Sometimes we can be overly legalistic, overly accurate, overly correct in doing it and trying to make sure it's perfect, and that we say everything we want to say. And then the same you won't read 5-page newsletter. You can't get through to get what are you actually trying to tell me. So I think if we could be better in those moments, communicating with parents, I think that would probably be the biggest benefit we get. And then we fall with this incredible plan. Then we're cooking with gas. Thank you, Sandy. I'm excited to have you here.
I think again. They all said it very well, thank you. Looking forward to everything. I think Rocklin is a great place. We've got some good local contacts. I think whether it be Leadership Rocklin, Chamber of Commerce, I think there's some good people to get some good ideas on and connect with, to know who to talk to, where and when. I couldn't agree with everyone more. Simple, efficient, here's what I want to say, and then either reference, or worst case, we do 17 emails and we explain it, but at least every one of them is, a few sentences, is that what it says. I love the fact that you're interested and want to help out with the broadcast teams and school publication. I think just leveraging that, teaching the kids, hey, here's a different way of looking at it is always a good thing. And then you get their feedback of, oh, I wouldn't have looked at it that way, or this is the way I read it, and it's good for us to get that feedback. And then I think as we're communicating out communicating to the community, say it too much, as we're sending out the new letters, please make sure that it's always really clear of how they can stay engaged, be engaged, how they can help support, contact their local schools, because we do a lot of great groups and like the LCAP and those things, but I think people are like, well, I never knew you could be a part of it. So as much as we can give them access to that, it's a great thing just to get, again, it's a community, and that's why we're all here. So thank you for everything you're doing, looking forward to it, and keep going.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And thanks for doing the caboose tonight. I appreciate it.
All right. Any public comment on that? All right. Trustees, do we have any items to be placed on a pending agenda? All right, seeing none. The June 17th, 2021 board meeting is now adjourned.